Yeah. Because I think the slides aren't showing. They're not going all the way back, which is fine. All right. They're going to come from this side? All right, so I should be over here, I guess. Right? All right. So Killer Mike is going to join us for a conversation that you do not want to miss. So let's get into it. Let's talk about what it means to really produce in the AI era. Are you all ready? All right, so let's get to the panel. Now, I was given some advice that there's one person that I absolutely need to know and make a connection with, and so I'm super excited about our first panelist. I want you all to help me welcome to the stage Angie Jones from the Agentic AI Foundation. Woo! Angie, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. Yeah. All right. And now I'm going to introduce Atlanta's very own, one of the flyest guys in technology that I see around Atlanta all the time doing this thing. Help me welcome Donnie Beamer to the stage. What's up, Donnie? Next up, we have someone that I think needs no introduction. When I told my team that we had this person on the panel, they were like, I don't care where I'm flying in from. India, Dublin, Germany, I need to be there, right? And so let's welcome Scott Hanselman from Microsoft. Scott, thank you so much. Last and definitely least, we're gonna bring out the man whose vision made this entire weekend possible. RenderATL founder and CEO, Justin Samuels. Let's all boo Justin. Boo! No. What's up, man?
This guy.
All right, so I'm gonna come over here. Is that weird then having to walk past everyone? All right, let's get into it. So I'm pretty excited for this conversation. I'm hoping to learn a lot from you all. You're a group of people that I've looked up to over the last few years, and I really want this to be impactful. So I'm gonna start this first question for the entire panel, right? And I started my conversation with a very bold claim saying that we're not just coders anymore, that now we're producers, right? And I want everyone on the panel to quickly tell us, how has this impacted your world? Are you looking at skill sets differently now than you were 3 years ago? What's the change that you're experiencing and what's happening with AI? Oh, that was amazing, right? And I can add my own tidbits about what I'm doing internally and my teams and blah, blah, blah. All right, so Justin, I'm gonna come at you with this question. We define a vibe code is someone who generates AI and sees it runs locally, but sometimes we blindly ship it. How do you balance that pressure to ship features at lightning speed against the very danger of deploying code that your team doesn't fully understand? And I know that you're building things at lightning speed right now, right? Render apps and websites and things that really matter to make conferences like this happen. Okay. All right, and earlier I talked about humans being in that loop, right? Like Jay Dilla defining taste for music that he was creating and humans needing to be the ultimate moat for what's happening with AI. Donnie is someone that's responsible for selecting technology in the city. We have so many new tools popping up. What does that look like in making these choices and understanding how to make all these new services or all these new tools work together? I'm trying to change the language so folks understand it. All right. Angie, my company talks about agent debt a lot, right? It's the gap between how AI-generated code looks in review and the unpredictable ways that it can behave in production. What does agent debt look like in your world, in your current architecture, and how are you paying it down? All right, so I want to get tactical. Scott, when you generate a massive chunk of boilerplate code with an LLM, what's your actual process, right, for chopping and sampling it or making sure that it makes sense? How do you inspect and refactor and add that human touch before merging it in the main branch? Do you still have humans that are doing these reviews manually? Have you fully gone agentic? What does that look like in your world and the work that you're doing on a daily basis? Yep. All right, so I'm sure a few of us deal with this on a regular basis. I've heard it myself, even from one of the people on the panel about 6 months ago. I don't know if you still feel that way, but every team has this solo instrumentalist, right? They're the brilliant veteran developer who refuses Copilot, hates AI. They feel like it's just compromised. It doesn't feel good to them. How do you manage that dynamic on your teams without alienating your best talent, but also the business is trying to drive us to 2x, 5x, 10x performance, right? So they expect more because now we have the tools to do more. So what does that look like?
Such a good question.
Right. All right, so I'm going to come to Donnie and Scott with this. Oh, I actually kind of alluded to that, so I'm going to skip that question. All right, Angie and Justin. A lot of our operations are going headless, right? So we're going from AIs assisting us, from using LLMs to create marketing content and asking ChatGPT about what's going on with my plan or write my assignment for me, write this documentation for me. And now we're going into autonomous agents that are executing tasks. They're helping us get jobs done. And technically speaking, how do we ensure these agents have the right data so they don't hallucinate and cause an outage in production? How do we have a better understanding of what they're actually doing as they assist us in our day-to-day jobs? All right, so I'm going to come back to the entire panel. This is going to be our last question. Quickly, if you fast forward 5 years, what does the world look like for software engineers? Is AI generating 95% of our raw syntax? What's our core fundamental jobs of the everyday software engineer?
So, just one, do you want us to nix question 7?
Let me see.
Skip, because we already talked about it. Go to 7.
Yeah.
And then question number 2, or more of a statement. None of these panelists have done this. We haven't dry runned it. Like, they're gonna go long. Killer Mike, you guys haven't had that action. It's gonna go long. It's just gonna go long.
Okay.
It's cool.
Okay. And I'll skip and shift things around. The panelists will be here about an hour before.
Yeah.
And then so.
But like, it's you on clock.
Okay.
But like, I just want to say to you, like, do the right thing for the content.
Yeah.
Don't
rush it. Got it. Okay.
This is the good stuff.
I appreciate that. It sounded good? All right, so let's wrap up. All right, so thank you all so much for sharing your insight, for allowing us to understand what your world looks like and how you're adapting to the shift that's happening for engineers. Everyone, let's thank our panelists, Angie Jones, Donnie Beamer, Scott Hanselman, and Justin Samuels. All right, so I'm really excited right now, right? We're gonna take a few chairs off the stage, but not too many, because we do have a really special guest that's coming. And so every year, Spotify does this wrap-up where they kind of tell you your top artists of the year, and they send you a private message from that person. And over the last few years, I've been getting kind of like the same guy in my top artist for the year. And we send the message, and I think I just had this album, Michael, on replay, right? And so right now, we're actually gonna get to talk to someone that I truly admire for the way he shows up in music, in the community, and just kind of like sharing his voice. And so help me welcome Grammy Award-winning artist, entrepreneur, Atlanta native, Killer Mike to the stage. Yeah. And we're gonna rock out for a little bit. I'm sorry. We gotta let this play, Mike.
How's that in terms of the music?
Level or
Where it's coming in. Kind of soft. Kind of like.
let's, maybe we start it right there.
Hey, Jesse.
Oh wait, let it play because it's at one point where it's like the bass comes in. We can either start it there, or like at the verse, or wait a little bit more. Do you want it like really? Gotta get through the verse. I want you to decide. Not yet.
Where's the drop?
It's coming. It is a big one.
God damn it.
I'm gonna live forever. Oh God. I forgot it's so long.
Oh no.
We wouldn't play all this.
Got some drums and bass.
Here it is. Oh no, it's not. I'ma live forever.
There it is. Can we do
Do you, yeah, do you,
So we pull it back, maybe right before it comes in. Can we test that, Jesse?
I'ma live forever.
Right there.
Not yet. Not yet. Right here.
Right there, right there. Vocals come in. That's it. So when the vocals come in and they kind of go boom. So we want to include the vocals that come in like that. So basically, as soon as Jemiah, yeah, right there. That was perfect.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so help me introduce Grammy Award-winning artist, entrepreneur, Atlanta native, Killer Mike to the stage. I'ma live forever.
Drop.
All right. So please help me welcome to the stage Grammy Award-winning artist, entrepreneur, Atlanta native, Killer Mike to the stage. I'ma live forever. Who's that? Yeah? Okay.
Thanks, Jesse.
Awesome.
Hey, no worries. This is why we do it.
All right.
Talkie,
Yep.
cheers.
Dot, 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 ba, ba, ba. What are you saying on AI?
That's gonna be
Questions?
He comes in like this, and you guys gonna swap spots.
Yeah, because it's,
You're gonna be on that side. And
yeah. We don't have to, like, because this one we can sit anywhere, right? It's just one-on-one combo.
Chairs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So either one, but I'll dap and let him decide, and I'll take the other one, right? All right. Question, question, question. Talk, talk, talk. Question, question, question. Talk, talk, talk. Talk, talk, talk. Man, okay. This was awe-inspiring, absolutely amazing for me, and I hope it was amazing for you as well. But before we wrap, I do want to talk about runtime and all the things that's going to happen while you're at Render this week. I'm sure you've seen the signs and booth and branding, and runtime is New Relic's mini event within the event, but there's so much awesome stuff that's going on. So stop by our booth, learn more, come to our sessions, and we're not the only show in town, right? We have the OpenJS Node Interactive that's happening, and you'll see me there, right? I'm absolutely interested in their content. We have the AI Summit, right? I don't think that we can go anywhere these days without hearing AI, but for the folks in the room, it truly matters, right? Your world is changing, and it's important that you're in front of it, that you're helping drive those decisions. We have the Exec Summit. You know, in this business, your network is gold, and those connections that you make will help you guide and grow your career. And so for those executives in the summit, let's collaborate, let's make connection, let's build relationships. That's why we're here. Right, and of course, we got RenderFest. Wrapping up the week strong. I heard it's going down. We'll see you there. I hope you have an amazing time this week. If you see me around, please stop, say hello, let's connect on LinkedIn. Absolutely excited for this week. Thank you so much. Have a great Render, Atlanta.
Good outro. That sounds great.
Yeah?
Your transitions sound great. Your content, all that's great.
Yeah? Okay.
And like you feel steady,
Yeah?
grounded.
Okay.
Like you know this stuff.
Because it's what I believe.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Hello, good morning. Welcome to RenderATL. Are you excited? Yay! You've had your caffeine this morning, too. That's good. Hi, everybody. My name is Cassidy Williams. I work on the team at GitHub, and I am so excited to be your host at RenderATL today. So before we kick off everything, I have logistics for you, because that is important. First of all, number one, make sure you download the RenderATL app. It's a great app. You can earn points throughout the day, after the event, during the event, all throughout the Renderverse, and get merch and other cool things. So make sure you download that app. It will be very helpful to you. Secondly, and also importantly, there is a code of conduct. This is a conference for everyone. We want everybody to be very happy here, feel welcomed here, be able to meet all kinds of great people. That being said, we don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable. If you see something, please say something. You can email coc@renderatl.com. There's also some other things. So this is the main stage. There's some other stages. You can see the signage throughout the halls. On the third floor is the expo hall, and you can see all of the sponsors, cool booths, get some swag, it's fun. And on the fourth floor, there are workshops where you can learn all kinds of cool things from experts. And finally, throughout the day, this is the south. There will be summer showers. The rain will stop on occasion, and it'll be fine. Those are really the main logistics that I wanted to talk to you about today. I hope you're all really, really excited. The main thing that I want to tell you to do, make sure you meet someone new, make sure you meet some cool people, because there's so many amazing people here who are here to learn, who are here to get to know each other, and you have no idea the types of job opportunities and relationships that can come out of an event like this. And it's really, really exciting. We're here to celebrate open source, celebrate technology, developers, all kinds of things. And to kick us off, I would like to introduce one of the most prolific voices in open source, Kelsey Hightower.
RenderATL. The first time I heard about this conference, I gotta admit I had to go look up what it meant. And the first word in this is render. I'm not gonna pretend that I remember the dictionary. And so the first thing I did was look up the word render. And for a lot of the people in tech here, you'll probably understand that render, when it comes to computers and graphics, means to process code or data and display a visual image on the screen, in the classical sense. But render has another definition. In art and design, render means to draw, shade, or paint a scene that depicts a realistic representation. 3 years ago, I got invited to RenderATL to give my first talk at this conference. And when I was thinking about the event, the first thing that came to mind is when I met Justin, it reminded me of when Andre 3000 got an award in 1995 at the Source Award. And during that time, you remember that award show? And it was 1995, and hip-hop was all about the East Coast and the West Coast, as if no other region existed. And they went on stage, and I think they went up there to some booze. And in a very stuttering voice, Andre 3000 got up there and said, "I just want to say, the South has something to say, too." And thanks to Justin and the RenderATL team, they've been saying something for over 5 years now. And when we think about what it means to have representation, if you've been in tech long enough, you know all of us builders aren't always represented. When I gave that keynote, it was the first time, as someone who's been speaking for over 10 years, it's the first time I didn't have to hide anything. For the very first time, I was able to show the whole person. And watched the other speakers, it was the first time I saw a lot of my peers in this game. We didn't have to code switch, unless you're switching JavaScript frameworks. Render also has another meaning. And for those of you that are attending RenderATL for the first time, to quote Killer Mike, AKA Michael Render, I guarantee you've never seen developers like these, because they only make these in Atlanta. Welcome to RenderATL.
Welcome. There we go. All right, like I was about to say, what can go wrong will go wrong, always happens when you're doing a live show. But with that being said, welcome. RenderATL, it means the world to see everybody here. I mean, I think about in the early days, this thing started with only 300 people, and it has grown year over year. It has grown to now an international movement where people want to see more than what just one particular region has to offer. They want to see more out of technology as a whole, and they want to see what is going on down here in this particular place that we love and call ATL. So thank you to everybody here for helping make that possible year over year. I also want to say, if you didn't watch our live stream of the commits last night, we had the honor of awarding Kelsey Hightower the Lifetime Achievement Award last night. Can you give him a round of applause? This has been our biggest year yet. We launched a new board show. We launched a new mobile app. If you have not downloaded the mobile app, download it. It's going to be your best friend. We launched more ATL Tech Week. We just kept on launching until our hearts could not launch any more, because we want to give you the best value for coming on out today. And with that said, one person that is going to be launching today is our friends at New Relic. They will be launching later today some new AI products. And one of the people that I want to introduce up here is my good friend, Jeremiah. He will be kicking us off with some big announcements soon, and our friends, Killer Mike. Jeremiah?
Man, good morning. What's up, RenderATL? How we feeling? We feeling good? Got our coffee, beautiful crowd. I love to see this amount of people in this room that's sharing the space with us. I feel really good to be in this room this morning. I'm Jeremiah Sias. I lead market strategy and developer relations at New Relic, but I'll get into more things later. Most of all, I want you to know that I am a builder, right? So I was a software engineer and pivoted into product management and all the other things, but at my core, I'm someone that fell in love with making something work that didn't work 5 minutes ago, right? Or creating something new from scratch, starting with that blank canvas, and that's always been true about me. So if you ever stayed up way too late at night chasing a bug that you swore you'd fix in 5 minutes, or you spent your weekends learning a new framework, if you were like me trying to decide, do I need to know Node or JavaScript, like which route do I go? And I think we're all the same people that's in this room. We're all passionate about the same things. And I want to tell you why I'm actually standing here. All right, so I'm not going to sell you New Relic. There's things on the slide, you can look at it, I'm not going to talk about it, but New Relic does exist for a reason, and it correlates to why I'm here. New Relic's mission is to help engineers understand what their system's actually doing, right? Not what you hope it did, not what the code looked like in review, not thinking about like, oh, well, it worked on my machine, right? We're gonna help you understand what's happening in production when real users show up. And that's really important right now with what's happening with software engineering. Because AI is writing a lot of code. I find it really exciting, but it means we're shipping more than ever. We're not writing it by hand. We don't fully understand what's happening. And so the question's changing, right? It's going from, can I build this, to, do I understand what I just shipped? Can I run it stably in production? How do I stop it from impacting my business? We're all approaching this bottleneck of, how do I even do a code review now? We know engineers that are generating hundreds of thousands of lines of code in a weekend. How do I review all of that and make sure that it makes sense, that it's gonna work? And that's the reason why I'm here today. It's to have a real conversation with you about what our jobs, what our lives are becoming. And to do that, I'm gonna take you on a journey with me. We're gonna go on a little adventure. All right, so in 1988, Akai drops the MCP. It's a drum machine, and a sampler in one box. Right, so up until then, to make a record, you needed a band, you needed studio time, maybe you could afford it, maybe not. You needed permission, and that changed everything. The MCP threw all of that out the window. One person in one room with one machine could make something that impacts millions of people. So we think about someone like Jay Dilla. He took this machine, he created some of the greatest music we've ever heard without a multi-million-dollar studio, just a sampler and a vision. But purists, they hated it, right? They said that sampling wasn't real music. They said that it was cheating, that these kids weren't really musicians, and yet look at how music has changed since then. I hope that sounds familiar, right? It's a journey that we're on at this moment as engineers. That's exactly what we're going through in this room. And some folks are saying that, AI is a bubble. Some folks say that it's helpful. Some say that it's not real coding. But I want to tell you that that take was wrong in 1988, and it's wrong today. Right? Some folks are fully embracing AI. For some, it is a bubble, but I hope that we can all agree that with AI, our world as software engineers has fundamentally changed. It's not changing, it's already happened. And so when we think of music, the sampler didn't create the music. Jay Dilla did, right? The machine gave him raw material, but the taste, the timing, the soul, deciding what to keep and what to cut, that was all the producer. And that's what engineering is becoming, right? We're going from humans writing all the code to leveraging these tools to help us do it a lot quicker. But it's gonna take the human know-how on deciding what's ready for real users at scale, right? That's a mindset that we have to sit in today. But I do have great news for you, because I'm not gonna unpack this alone, right? So actually, let's get some chairs on the stage. I'm gonna bring up some people that have really lived this, right? That live this in music, in software, in culture. And so once we get these chairs up, I'm super excited to bring out some folks that I think you all will really enjoy. Thank you. All right. So from a mentor of mine, recently I was told that there's one person that I have to meet, right? It's like, if you make one connection, this is the person that I need you to know. And I took that insight. And so what I want you all to do is I want you all to help me as I introduce these panelists, and then afterwards, we're gonna hear from a Grammy Award-winning artist, an Atlanta original that's lived the sampling revolution of music from the inside. Killer Mike's gonna join us, right? But before then, I want us to start with this panel. I think it's gonna be incredibly insightful. So that one person I needed to meet was Angie Jones, and I want you all to help me welcome Angie Jones from the Agentic AI Foundation to the stage. Angie, thank you so much. All right, next, we're gonna have one of the flyest brothers I see around the city all the time. Hardest working man in technology. Anytime I go somewhere, I see this guy, suit, fitted sneakers, and it makes me feel good because I always look the same, and I'm like, all right, I'm not the only crazy person out here always with the hat. I'm gonna welcome Atlanta's very own Donnie Beamer to the stage. What's up, Donnie? Next, we have someone that I feel personally needs no introduction. When I told my team that he was joining us on the panel, they said, okay, I gotta be there. And folks started flying in from Germany and from India and from Dublin. This was mandatory for them to be here, right? And so I want you all to help me welcome Scott Hanselman from Microsoft to the stage. All right, and last but absolutely not least, we have the man whose vision made this entire week possible. RenderATL founder and CEO, Justin Samuels. Okay. We'll give Justin, I'm sure he's running around dealing with something. We'll give him some time, right? He'll run on stage and we'll give him a hard time about it.
I wish he was going to pop up from the floor or something.
Yeah, that.
He said anything that can go wrong will on the day of a live event.
Absolutely. All right, but we're going to keep the show going, right? I hope you all are excited to be here. I'm incredibly excited and honored to be able to speak with you. You're folks that I look up to and have learned from in my career, right? And so I'm hoping that we have a great conversation and just share some information that's helpful for the audience. All right, so we're going to get into it, right? And I started with this metaphor about how engineering is shifting, similar to what we saw in music, and I made this bold claim, right? That we're not a coder anymore, that now we're going to be producers. And so for everyone on the panel, I want you to talk about quickly, how did this impact your world? Like, what are you seeing and how is it changing the way that you think about your day-to-day? Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'll go first. First, I want to say that, given that we have Killer Mike in the house and that he wants, scientist and engineer friends, this panel is inevitable. So I appreciate that. I feel like a producer is a really great analogy because there's a lot of people just out there making stuff. We hear about AI slop a lot, but producers take responsibility for their work. Producers put together a team of builders and make something that is greater than the sum of their parts. And I feel like when we are entering this world of AI and people are feeling like their skills aren't appreciated and what did I go to school for? I can just AI it. And why did I spend the last 40 years becoming an engineer? I can just use AI. Producers don't think like that. Producers take full responsibility for their work and they make quality work. So that's the mindset I want to have.
Yeah, completely agreed.
I'm just going to give some context on my response. Can y'all hear me? No, you can't hear me. See, I told you it's going to go wrong. All right, I'm live. Now, so I serve the city of Atlanta as our mayor, Andre Dickens, senior technology advisor. So we want Atlanta to be a tech hub, a place that you come and you build. I'm a reformed entrepreneur myself. I spent years in corporate. I have this very particular set of skills to hopefully bring together the ecosystem so we can be more productive. And I spent part of my career, I mentioned being an entrepreneur, we created this artificially intelligent robotic bartender, AI before AI was like a fad. And there was this great fear of that solution taking people's jobs in the same way today that people are fearful of AI. And I think that tool is just going to make you all more productive at what you do, right? In terms of how you use your creativity to do it differently. And I think the fear shouldn't be, hey, it's gonna take your job. It's the competitor that uses AI to be that much better, that much faster, that's gonna take your customer or gonna take your role. So I think that's the way to leverage this technology and not be afraid, because with you're a butcher, baker, candlestick maker, there is some AI tool that exists for you.
Yeah, so I think what this has introduced is an opportunity to kind of rise up another level, right? Another level where we're looking at the entire system. So I've been thinking about that a lot with like just systems thinking. If we think about like producing a record, There's the lyrics themselves, there's the beat, there's the transition. There's a lot of different elements to that you have to consider, right? And I think for coders, many of them were only focused on one piece of that puzzle. And now that we have assistance in generating that really quickly, it gives us this opportunity to look at the bigger picture. Like, yeah, you still need to get into details of each facet, but you also need to pay attention to the whole package.
Yeah. I agree. And Scott, you said something that really resonated with me, right? Like, a real producer still feels ownership, right? And that's going to be an important part of it. Even internally at New Relic, we're moving lightning fast, right? And we're trying to get to this 10x velocity of what we used to ship, right? But you don't get to that point without feeling that level of ownership of making sure that, hey, this is going to impact real people once it gets into production. I need to make sure that I'm just not generating AI slop, right? Like, I need to make sure this is going to be helpful or useful. It's going to scale, right? So definitely landed there. And Donnie, I'm going to come your way. I spoke about the concept of Jay Dilla and keeping the human in the loop, right? As making a lot of the decisions around how you leverage this technology. And I think that you're someone, as the head of technology for the city of Atlanta, you have to have a say-so, right? In what tools you're using and how they connect. With so many new things coming online because of like this pace that we're moving at, what does that look like in your world?
So as a municipality, we move at a glacial pace. And I will say, we're not that afraid of someone taking our customers because we don't use AI too fast. But I do fear, as we try to implement new technology, so we have this AI commission that we're looking at how to do it responsibly and thoughtfully. But you have this three-legged stool of people, process, and technology. And if you put great technology on a bad process, it's not going to be helpful for anybody. And the other challenge is the people that are often in government roles, they're not necessarily excited about innovation, because innovation in itself is change. And so if y'all remember Sam I Am, y'all remember that book? I feel like I've got green eggs and ham, and I'm trying to tell people, let's do something differently and leverage AI, but you have those responses, and until they do try it, and then they'll eat it on the bus or on a train, in a plane, in the rain.
I will not eat them, Sam. I am.
All right, Donnie, you mentioned a glacial pace, right? And so I want to bring on someone that was a little slow getting to the stage. We're going to have Justin join us. All right?
I'm here.
We couldn't do this without you.
Hey, that was a great
And I'm always going to give you a hard time. It's
Great
all good.
transition. You were busy shipping. Oh, yeah. Trying to get stuff done. Ship.
All right, Justin, I know you're a little slow on getting on the stage, but I know that you all are moving incredibly fast.
Incredibly.
Right? And putting on this event that's one of my favorite events of the entire year. But you're launching websites and apps and new product. And in the industry, we have this term of vibe coding, vibe coder, right? Where it's someone generating code with AI. And I think you're in a spot right now where you have to build and move fast, and you all probably are using some form of coding agent. But what are you doing, to get your speed up, but also make sure that you're not shipping the AI slop into production or not introducing any issues to your users that are downloading the app and trying to take advantage of it to understand what's going on?
The biggest thing is that I told everybody that's involved that don't let perfection be the enemy of progress. And it's a old tale where people get ahead of themselves by thinking it has to be perfect, it has to work 100% right. And I tell my team constantly that 80% is greater than 100%. If you go after that 100% mark, it isn't ever going to get done because you're going to always find out one thing wrong that's going to hold you from actually pushing it out and then getting user feedback. And the biggest thing beyond that is getting user feedback early and often. Yes, we have great monitoring powered by y'all. Yes, we do have great tooling. We use a lot of the AI generative code tools. But the biggest thing is emphasizing that perfection will hold us back, and be a form of extreme ownership. That everything that goes into the code base, you and only you are responsible for. Yes, it's true you have a team to help you out, but you need to always show extreme ownership too.
Okay, so you're saying don't be afraid to move fast.
Don't be afraid to move fast. Move quickly, break things. I mean, yes, it's a cliche now, you know, but it is true. It's a true thing. The quicker you can move, the quicker you could break things, the quicker that you break things, the quicker you get feedback, the quicker you get feedback, the quicker you could then hopefully iterate on that feedback to then make improvements and then make things better.
Yeah.
And, you know, 2 quick thoughts on that. The first, you will be shocked at how people use your tool when you put it out in the wild, right? Like, I didn't know it could break like that. And then the second is, we've seen so many, I guess, offerings where it's a solution looking for a problem. And you don't know until you get real users to know whether it's actually meeting that unmet need. And so I feel like that's why you should get it out of your shop so you can get some real feedback from users when it's safe. And we're careful about that in the city.
I agree, and I'm gonna add a little bit, right? Because you do wanna move fast and you do wanna break things, but you have to have insight and understanding as well. Or like you need to make sure that you're using the right tools. Like when I was developing, there was a ton of console logs everywhere, you know, just trying to figure it out. But now you have to think about it a bit deeper, right? And whether you're instrumenting with something like New Relic or OTel or whatever, but you need insight to understand as I'm moving quickly and I'm shipping that I know what's going on, right? So when it's broken, the worst thing that you can have happen is people hitting you up on like Twitter, being like, hey, your site sucks. Or me texting like, Justin, I'm trying to use this app and what's going on, right? You don't want that. You still have to think about the way that your users are experiencing it. And that comes with you also knowing what's going on so you can rapidly improve.
I want to agree with everything you just said, and I want to add on to this that AI is trained on all of us, on everything we've done, on all of the code. So there's this bell curve of the statistical mean. There's the outliers, the super amazing programmers. There's the not so good programmers. And then the most of us, as my son would say, are mid. And you need to understand that if you are not specific, if you are not clear, if you do not have a vision, whatever you produce is going to be mid. And that's not an opinion. That's statistical fact. That's numbers. And it's going to be average. There is an ambiguity to saying, make me an app and use React. What version? How does it look? Like, is it going to be on iPhone? Is it going to be like anything you leave unclear, the AI will fill with statistical mediocrity. And it is our job as humans to push it to the right, outside of mediocrity and into something special. And that's where production happens.
Yep.
Now I want a shirt that says statistical mediocrity.
Yeah, it's mid.
Yeah, it's mid.
Coming soon.
All right. So Angie, I know that you were hyper-focused on agents right now. And internally at New Relic, we talk about this concept of agent debt a lot, right? So it's the gap between how AI-generated code looks in review versus when you have it in production and it starts to operate in unpredictable ways. What does that look like for you, kind of like in your world? How are you all thinking about the debt that working with agent creates? Because I don't think anyone else is really speaking about it publicly.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes from exactly what Scott mentioned, where you're kind of letting the agent guide you versus you guiding the agent. So if I just ask the agent to like build this new feature, then I get whatever comes out of that, right? Versus guiding it. And when you do that amongst a team of people, not just yourself, I keep trying to remind everybody that software engineering is still yet a team sport, then this is when you kind of get away from the mindset of like, what does this product even do? I don't even know what features we have anymore because everyone is moving so fast and breaking things and you don't even know what's there. So I often remind people to guide the agent. Don't let the agent guide you, right? So you work with it, you come up with the plan, you come up with the vision, and then you use this as a tool to implement your vision, not its vision, right? That's on the front end of this. But then you also have on the back end, so we're not just using AI to generate code, we're also embedding AI into our systems and serving our customers with these sorts of features, right? So now you have kind of this non-deterministic agent that's kind of running in the wild and interfacing with your customers. So you need some observability on the end of that too to kind of monitor what's happening, what guardrails didn't you have in place that you might need to put in place, right? So that's how I think about agent debt.
I'm sorry. I also want to point out that like every single bit of knowledge that you all are dropping has a Killer Mike lyric that's like laying. He's just
Everyone.
It's like she's like,
You
and I'm
should-
just,
you
and
just
she's
direct.
talking, and I'm just like, I lead, don't follow. Like,
Yeah.
That is exactly.
Come on, Scott.
So yeah,
Okay.
I apologize. That's the attitude we got to have.
I'm going to say, if you're going to chime in, that's how you chime in.
Okay.
Right? Just keep,
I will only
keep it
chime in with lyrics for sure.
All right, and Scott, I want to come your way. I know that we're probably all generating just massive amounts of code right now. How's your team working with that? Like, what's your process of inspecting it, having that level of ownership, driving the decision of like, do I actually merge this into the main branch?
Yeah. The real value right now and the bottleneck in production of software is human judgment and the ability to review. So I am spending 90% of my time, I work as a lead on OpenClaw for Windows. So I'm the one that presses merge. And in doing that, I have to read that code. And I am spending all my time reading other people's code, but they wrote that code with bots. So I'm having to use 40 years of presumably good taste to say, I don't really like that, I don't really like that, head in that direction. But if we, in the world of AI, just become meat proxies, where we sit there and we just go, okay, yes, cool, you want to access that file? I trust you, it's all good. Your brain will atrophy. So I am encouraging everyone to look at the code. So we're not typing as much. Like maybe coding, I don't think coding is dead. I think typing is probably dead. Yeah. I do everything with dictation now, and I'm doing everything just talking to the machine, but then I read the diffs. So look at your diffs. And to your point, the producer has to take responsibility for their stuff. Yeah. So yeah, we're just spending a lot of time reviewing. But I also push back on the 10x thing. 10x productivity, that's just capitalism telling you that you got to push 10x hard. And then what, 10 more after that? Like 100x?
Yeah.
Like, when is it going to stop? So when you can build anything, you got to just stop for a second and say, do we need to even build this at all?
Yeah. I couldn't agree with you more, right? Read the code, understand, like there was a level of familiarity that you would have with a project that you've built, right? Where you can look at it and I know exactly what's going on and it's referencing this, and I'm like, okay, I remember when and you still need to find a way to establish that. I hear how the code review is becoming the bottleneck, right? But it's incredibly important.
Yeah, you have to stop, because if you don't, here's the thing. People are thinking this, and you all hopefully feel this. You can feel your brain slipping away, right? Like who here's really sat down and coded other than Kelsey since October? Right?
I'm not going to even hold you. The other day, I had looked at a for loop in my AI code, and it was like, in I greater than sun. And I said, dang, we used to be like dinosaurs. And now AI is helping me do all this. I forgot how to do this for a second. And I had to actually slow down.
Yeah, man.
And actually think about it first and say, dang, let me actually check this.
So why would I think it's okay for my son to vibe code his bachelor's of science and just vibe a whole, paper on the Civil War? He's not going to be able to know 5 minutes later after he turned that in and he got a B+ if it was any good. If we wouldn't let our kids do that and vibe their way through high school, why would we vibe something directly into production?
Quick time out. Show of hands, how many people in the room know what a for loop is?
They better, they're at Render.
Okay, good. It's
That'd
just
be a
me.
test
Okay. I'm not a real nerd.
But it's so crazy. I always tell people, it's like how the calculator brought us into more math and just comprehending math. Like, I actually learned how to add and subtract and everything on an abacus first. So yes, I know, on an abacus. But like, you will have true appreciation for, yes, I am a true nerd. And it was, you will learn and appreciate mathematics And you will learn and appreciate the history of mathematics, about why pi is what pi is and where it came from. And you will learn and appreciate how the Chinese brought abacus into the world and how they did that. And you will learn and appreciate counting on your hands and why.
Did you have really strict parents?
Oh, extremely.
And did they make you drive stick shift?
Yeah, actually, my first car, the same thing happened. My dad said, you will not drive an automatic car first. You will drive a manual car. And this man was, was dedicated that he gone out and he bought a car just to teach me how to drive a manual car. And you will learn how to fix the engine and everything else if you need to. But it's appreciation for what has came before you and understanding what it is like so that if you do need to open up the hood and change up the oil, you could actually do that and help yourself out. And not just help yourself, help your neighbors out too, because each one teach one, which is the biggest thing of what it's all about.
Absolutely.
I like that.
All right, so we're gonna go into a quick hit. I want everyone on the panel to share their thoughts, right? Let's look 5 years into the future. Like, what does our world look like? Is AI generating 95% of the code? What's our core job? Like, fundamentally, what are we doing as engineers? And I'll start with you, Justin.
What are we doing as engineers? I think it is more being in a management role, looking under the hood, seeing what is accurate, what is wrong, and inputting what needs to be updated at that time. Kind of like, I can't name an accountant that keeps everything on a Google sheet. Most of them uses QuickBooks now, and they're just updating everything in there, and they're checking underneath the hood, but they aren't getting out the abacus, or not getting out the form, and like updating table by table, row by row. So it's gonna be more of that, looking underneath the hood, making sure everything's right, and taking extreme ownership of everything.
100% agree. It's about having good taste, and you have to study art to have good taste. If you're going to curate an art museum, you need to have studied the space. We are not going to be able to vibe our way through this. Someone has got to be a grown-up and decide what ships. So our job is going to be grown-ups. An AI cannot be responsible for what goes wrong. The human has to be responsible.
I agree. We need a throat to choke. Like, we need a human that is responsible for, what do you call him, like the meat jockey?
Yeah, meat proxy.
Meat proxy. To ensure that when something ships, that can actually impact someone's life, right? And so if we use tools, we want to put in place new systems to help our service delivery, your citizen experience when you're in Atlanta, and I think you will feel better if there are humans in that loop. And so my hope is that y'all will continue to do this work, study your for loops or whatever it might be.
Your for loops.
And,
I'm not bold enough to make a prediction about 5 years from now. Like, the space is moving so incredibly fast. 5 years literally sounds like a century to me. I don't know. I don't know where we'll be. Hopefully, the craft is still here, though.
I hope that, have you all seen WALL-E?
Yeah. Yes. At the end.
Yeah, I hope that we're not there.
Yeah.
Like that. And we definitely need the "Don't Be a Meat Proxy" shirt. Like, we need that now so we don't end up there. Right? But I want to thank you all for taking the time, coming out, joining us in the panel. Just your presence at Render just kind of like establishes how important this conference is, right? Like the level of knowledge that we're sharing amongst our peers here, right? And so I want you all to thank me, help me. Thank me for sure. At the end, big applause. Feel free to pass out like Michael Jackson was on stage, whatever, you know, throw roses. But help me thank Angie Jones, Donnie Beamer, Scott Hanselman, and Justin Samuels. Awesome, thank you so much, Angie. Donnie, Scott. All right, we're not done. I see people leaving. What's happening? Man, well, we're getting to the good part. You know, let's get a couple chairs off stage. So So we got more to go, right? So while they were moving the chairs off stage, I want to tell you all a little story, right? Like once a year, Spotify sends out this, like your top artists, like who you're really listening to right now. And then I think last year's show, they started sending these personal messages from the artists. And I got one from this guy and I was like, man, I must really be into this Michael album. Like this is on repeat. I think I might have helped them win the Grammy on this artist. So I am absolutely ecstatic to bring out this next speaker, and I want you all to feel as happy as I am to bring out Grammy Award-winning artist, entrepreneur, Atlanta native, Killer Mike to the stage. My brother. What's up, bro? Man, I'm excited.
As am I. What's up? How's everybody doing?
How we feeling? We excited?
Good morning.
Awesome. All right, Mike, thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Earlier, I spoke about how AI is changing software engineering. I spoke about how that change was similar to what we saw in music production when sampling was introduced, right? Before we get too deep in questions, just where do you stand on AI? What's your thoughts?
I stand in waiting to see what happens like everyone else. I'm waiting to see what happens on a lot of fronts, but in terms of what I particularly work in, I'm starting to see it be accepted and people still keep a stonewall to it. And what I mean by it is, my mother's only 16 years older than me. So I grew up in the era of bands and my mother loving disco, big bands, you know, Earth, Wind and Fire, the Commodores. And then she got into this thing called rap. And when rap was first my mom's, it was Curtis Blow, it was Houdini, it was when Run DMC came and the Fat Boys, I'm like, oh, this is for me, whatever they're doing. But theirs didn't include dressing disco or analogs. Their stuff included sampling. They had a knowledge of rock and roll, Rick Rubin, of course, Russell had a knowledge of business savvy, but they took the sampler at a time where President Ronald Reagan was cutting arts programs. So now you have kids that don't have access to instruments. What did they have? A little Casio keyboard. They took that sampler and they were able to take these records that our parents had and say, what would a bass line from James Brown sound like with the keys from, with the trumpet from, and they were able to put John Coltrane next to James Brown, next to Thelonious Monk. And we took that technology and built the love. Now, what was crazy about sampling is, once the music industry realized these little black kids taking scraps and making nothing, they started charging a lot and more for samples, which drove the kids who were sampling to go find the musicians. Then those kids went and found the old session musicians, they found the old artists themselves, and they say, hey, would you redo? And what it did was bring this digital phenomenon, gave us a love of music that we didn't have because we had to search for music. And when you're searching for it, you're reading the labels. You know, oh man, this guy played on Outkast's album. I can use them. So for me, it's an opportunity to have one of the greatest tools before us, should we use it like a tool and not depend on it. I just looked at a thing on IG by Jay Smooth, who was saying that there's one of the biggest songs of the summer is an AI song. I was like, no, it's not. It's Carisha, and I know she from Miami. And she said that shit herself. Where them scamming ass niggas at? Hey, I can't think of that. You not from Miami, bitch. Your mama ain't been no booster. You know, so what AI does not have is that soul, that human audacity. So I look at human beings like, rather than is AI threatening us, how will the human being using that tool do it? Will they lazily say, let me put out a Prince imitation song, which Jay Smooth played, a Prince imitation song he generated out of air, but that song ain't Prince. That song doesn't speak against capitalism and the evils and how it uses art. Prince did that in his slave era. And so to hear that, you gotta go hear Prince. So I believe that AI is gonna inspire the human imagination to go bigger, more badass, because we don't like computers showing us up.
And so I'm picking up on a theme, right? Like so many times we mentioned soul, taste, like that human part of creating what is. Yeah. And then so the sampler is a tool, or AI is just a tool in the tool belt, but that passion to create needs to come from the human. Right?
I believe it's required to. You can do an imitation of, you can steal, but if you look at right now, I got 5 sisters, so I be knowing this kind of stuff. My sister be like, you know, Louis Vuitton copied that print off an African, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I'm in the Gucci store stoned as my wife is shopping, and I notice that the scarf she bought really looks like the scarf of, say, one of the Maasai warriors. And I'm like, oh shit, my sister wasn't just talking to her high brother. We have this influence. So who were the first kids that made those masks that went on to influence Picasso, that went on to influence Gucci and Louis Vuitton? If the dirt doesn't fertilize the seed to grow into a real flower, we'll never have a flower to take seeds from and clone. You are the seeds. You are the dirt. You are the earth. There's no greater AI than your imagination. The human imagination and what it can think to do, since it came out of where we came from, is an amazing thing. So I look at these things more as tools. I got sent the song, a producer. He was a very successful producer. He has since went on to say, okay, this music industry shit, fuck that, it's not making any real money. He went on to become a real estate developer, owns a lot of stuff up in Cambridge, is fine, does not have to produce anymore, but says, man, my kids are getting older, they're going off into the world. My little girl's the youngest, but she is in middle school, she ain't giving shit about me right now. And he sent me something. Now, it was AI aided, but he couldn't have the same autonomy you used to have. He used to be able to call we know we had the big budgets. You could call the engineers in, you could call the players in, but what he had was AI to say, this is what I want the idea to sound like. Rather than describe the idea to Michael, who's in the studio at 3 in the fucking morning and really doesn't understand producer talk because I'm a rapper, this guy, I said, well, just send me what you got. He sent it, and we sat there, and we were blown away. Now, it was obviously parts of it with AI, but what it gave us was an audio demo of where we were going to. Then we called the real musicians, and they was like, oh yeah, I see what they trying, but this what you wanted to sound. And then Papa Dot, boom, ba, ba, boom. But he started hitting all that crazy ass 70s funk shit, and I'm like, oh wow, a computer could never do this. He said, what I told you, wink that. When an old man wink at you, but that's that. Like, look at me right now, look. You know? So what I realized is in that moment, AI has helped me. And literally I heard the voice, I'm just like, man, I need the sound, and I knew instantly who should sing it. So AI is, that rendition or demo I got is not what I take to album as I work on another album. That rendition helped me save 12 hours of demoing. But it also helped me put money in the pockets efficiently of the musicians I hired to do it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. And at this point, we're talking about experimentation. We're talking about moving fast. And it's similar to what we see in software, right? We have product managers that have never written lines of code before that are now vibe coding, experimenting in prototypes for ideas that they want to then work with their engineering teams to create, right? But we need to have that level of exploration or feel good about experimenting to get there. And so similar to with music, when you started that sampling journey, there definitely was that's not real music. You know, that was normal.
We got it bad.
And we got that in some capacity now with engineering. So what would you say to those folks that do feel guilty about leveraging these tools, that they want to experiment, they want to move fast, but it's like, I don't want to use AI, right? Like, that's not real coding, or you know, it feels a little icky, I guess. But so what do you say to that?
I understand, but again, when given the opportunity, I could have put the song as it was sent to me out. And a few people probably would have called, oh, it made me feel this way, but the record that I'm making, though, is a record that requires human soul. I need whatever James Brown called funk, whatever they call soul, whatever is the eternal spirit in creative people, no matter what your creativity brings you from or takes you to, I need that as a part of it. Because if not, you're just dealing with the Terminator, right? You have a robot that's given an assignment, I will complete that assignment, that is it. But when you get to the Terminator 3 and 4, the Terminator has a conscience all of a sudden. John gotta live. So I think that if we sit around, let me tell you what AI don't like. I don't like cars that drive themselves. Like that'll let you know if you truly trust technology.
So you didn't take a Waymo here.
I'm not getting any goddamn car. Wave. But part of the reason is I like the freedom of driving. I'm one of those kids, I'll do burnouts, police will catch me doing donuts and shit. I have to be creative. I think after having been to Red Bulls last week, it'd make more sense as a city to just put a big car park in the middle than everybody riding Waymo. Like me drive my own shit and skirt after work. But with that said, I understand why my daughter doesn't give a shit about driving. You know what I'm saying? Because all she's known is the back of her mom's car, Uber, and now Waymo. So I get that the world is growing. I just don't want the world to section me off where, you know, old men who drive no longer needed on the streets. I don't want AI to put you out of a job or out of an idea. I want it to enhance your ability to create, do it efficiently and faster, and free you up to do more. Imagine what the human imagination can do if freed up to do more. So I think that as long as you're on the other side of that screen, even if AI writes that code quickly, it took your imagination to say, this is the code I want. And your imagination is more valuable to me than anything on earth. And it's not something I can see, touch, taste, touch, or feel. I just have to trust it's in you, and it manifests itself through tools like samplers or AI.
And I want to go a little bit further, right? I think this is in line. So now we're in a spot to where you can just generate. You can generate hundreds of thousands of lines of code with a single prompt. You can generate a song on Sono in 2 minutes. I created a diss record against one of my friends just because.
How'd it go?
In 3 minutes.
How'd it go?
It was hilarious,
Okay.
right? But it's like in a space to where you can just create, right? But you do have this risk of like it having no soul, no taste, no real experience.
Yeah.
And I know that you've been someone that's always embraced technology. How do you go about it? How should we go about in making sure that what we are creating has that human touch in the end, right? So we don't get lost when the machine is doing
I think we
so
be
much
honest.
delivering.
First of all, be honest. If the song sound like AI, just say, man, that shit funny, but that shit AI.
Okay.
The artists need to be, everything can't be good enough, and good enough ain't good enough. This is the worst thing you can hear in the studio. Hey man, what do you think about that? I mean, it's cool. Y'all, fuck all that, it's cool. I want my shit to be hot or cold. Let's get it. Oh man, that's the most fire shit I ever heard of. Man, that shit cold as an iceberg. But I don't want to hear, you know, it's cool. It's cool is where dreams go to die. And to be very honest with you, a lot of the stuff that a computer is going to be able to produce, even based on the experience of knowing human beings and what we like, the algorithm has been what it is. Somebody had to come up with funk. Somebody was sitting there amongst blues and jazz and soul and gospel, and man, that little dude with the power from Augusta said, make it funky. And it changed a genre. He said, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. He changed literally the name of black people with a song. Now, as dope as computers are, I don't ever know if a computer is going to be able to instill black pride or respect for black pride in a way that an original James Brown song and this little nappy-head kid from Augusta who could dance, sing, play it. I don't know if the computer ever gets to that. And if the computer does get to that, then you found a new god. Kill that motherfucker. But
Okay. And so I think we're in line with what Scott said earlier.
Yeah.
Don't settle for being in the middle.
amen.
Be bad or be good. Choose one end of the spectrum.
Any scientist or computer guy wearing an MF Doom and Jay Dilla shirt is to be fucking, I'd vote for that white man any day. I'm here to petition for Scott today. Like I fuck with Scott.
All right, so looking forward, what excites you the most about humans and AI working together, if you're excited about anything?
I don't know if I'm just waking up readily excited. I'm sure there are a bunch of either brilliant people or perverts out there that are. But what I know is AI has made it efficient in this week for a producer who had to go and become a family man to feed his family to re-enter a music space in a way that is quick, efficient, and it caused me to be able to go and hire vocalists and musicians in a way that was time efficient for my wallet, and it was efficient for them to be creating more music as they build their catalogs up. So the tool has proved effective for me this week. Will I catch a Wavo when I leave this motherfucker? Absolutely not. I'll walk or ride Marta first. But if I gotta make a dope record and I got about an hour to figure out how it's supposed to sound to express that to my musicians, then I could see I've seen this week how it's helped me.
Mike, I've been in a Waymo. It's not bad.
I mean, you're a handsome bastard. They should hire you for a commercial. When I have thing called Rolling with Killer Mike. Y'all can check out on some YouTubes and stuff. And we believe in burning rubber. I don't know if a Wavo's ever going to do a 360 burn rubber and escape state patrol. But should you ever get ready to, I'd love to be the show you're doing on.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's run from the police in a robot car.
All right, man. I want to thank you so much for joining us today. I think the level of insight that you bring and just how we should be thinking about what we create, what we can generate is incredibly important because you've lived it, right? And so please, everyone, help me.
Let me say this before, though. I do these. I've been all around the world in conferences, in tech and, business and other things. Atlanta is one of the very few places on earth where you guys are not speaking diversity because as you look around the room, you have it. Atlanta makes a purposeful effort to put different people from different neighborhoods of different races and ethnicities around a common goal. I wouldn't give a fuck if it was technology or Comic-Con. Y'all be there. It'd be looking like a Braves game. And I want to say thank you because so many cities have to fight for and push for people who look like us on the stage to be on the stage even one at a time. I've seen multiple of that on the stage, I've seen multiple of that in the audience, and I see people who don't look alike befriending one another and working together. And that's something that we do very specially and uniquely here. I'm glad you come to this city. I appreciate you. I'm glad that you guys come out today and shed a shining example of what cities should be like. Thank you for having me as your guest today.
Man. All right, I feel great, right? But before everyone gets up and leave, I just want to make sure that we call out everything that's going on today, right? So we have runtime. It's New Relic's conference within a conference. We're here on the main stage. You see us outside. But we also have the OpenJS, Node.js Interactive, right? There's the AI Summit, the Executive Summit, right? Make sure that you attend these sessions. This content is so important, right? And thank you all for showing up this morning. I hope you found value in the panel. Shemai Isaias. We're supposed to be.
Well, y'all are leaving, so that's cool. The expo hall is now open on the 3rd floor, and again, workshops are on the 4th floor. There's coffee up there. Get your caffeine fix, and we will see you all soon. There's another talk here at 12:15. Bye. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi. How are y'all doing? Did you get your caffeine? Are you all set? I am so excited about this next talk. In this era of AI, there's a whole lot of being afraid at what the future is and how to build and how to keep up and everything. And so this next talk is going to be a really awesome one about building AI and agents and everything without fear from Camden Sweda. If his name were any Sweda, you'd have a toothache. He said I was allowed to say that. Anyway, he is the head of AI at New Relic, and I am very excited for this. I hope you are too. Please give a warm welcome to Camden.
Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to New Relic Runtime at RenderATL. Real quick, just going to flash the safe harbor up here. Should see it on the sides there. Make all of your purchasing decisions based off published materials. We're going to talk about current state, future state stuff here, yada, yada. But a little bit about myself, right? Camden Sweda, head of AI at New Relic. And as part of that job, what I am oftentimes thinking about is how do we sort of interpret changes happening at our customers' organizations in their processes, the new problems they're facing, and sort of direct New Relic's overall product strategy in a way that is going to help address those problems, right? Oftentimes, maybe even before customers realize they're happening. And so I'm really excited today to talk to all of you about some of our recent research into the state of AI coding amongst not only our customers but other organizations that we've talked to that are embracing the technology in their SDLC process, and then talk a little bit about the problems that they're seeing in doing so, right? And then finally, what we hear from those organizations in terms of what they're trying to do to solve them, and also what New Relic is trying to do to help solve them, right? So zooming out a little bit, right? I think there's very little question today that AI is enabling us to move much faster with certain kinds of processes. Not all, right? But many processes, whether it's research, code generation, even communication in many cases, are speeding up. And I think we're also able to multitask to a greater extent as well. I don't know about all of you, but I oftentimes have multiple instances of Claude running in my CLI in my terminal, doing various things, right, while I'm focused on something else. And I think developer productivity in particular has been targeted as a lot of this AI technology has come along. And we're seeing some engineers at least talk about how they're able to produce much higher volumes of code than ever before. So speed to production, right? Speed to delivering these features to customers is increasing. But the question sort of becomes, is our trust in the outcomes also growing at a relatively acceptable rate? And ideally, you'd have both these things happening at once, where you're moving faster, but you're also confident in the outcomes. And so this was kind of the crux of this research effort that we engaged in, where we surveyed 200 large to medium-sized enterprises, a third of them reporting over $1 billion in revenue, across a variety of industries: healthcare, finance, retail, you name it. And the respondents to this survey oftentimes were folks who have budget, right? They have the ability to actually buy tooling for their engineering orgs. And so we asked them a series of questions around how they're adopting AI, what challenges they're facing, what they're doing to overcome those challenges, and so on. And so I'm going to share a little bit about what we saw there. So right off the bat, over 66% of them said that the majority of their code on a weekly basis is now generated by AI, which is amazing, I think, considering where we were even a year ago. Now, if you talk to Anthropic will say 100% of their code is generated by AI, and not only generated, but the validation processes they use to make sure it's good are also automated, which is, of course, the extreme. You can't get higher than 100%. But even Google, right, is claiming that 75% of their code is generated. So I think what this shows us, right, is that we've kind of turned the corner now where kind of any old enterprise, across this representative sample that we surveyed, is now viewing this as the primary means of generating code, and that the ceiling is extremely high. If we have organizations out there, albeit bleeding edge, right, getting up to 100% of code generated, where will kind of the rest of enterprises fall on that spectrum? Now, also, and this stat really actually kind of surprised me, 93, over the vast majority of these respondents said that they felt like the code was of a higher quality than the code it was replacing. In other words, this new AI-generated code was of a higher quality than the human-generated code. This is surprising. It's extreme majority, obviously, but I want you to kind of keep this stat in your heads, because the next one is going to really kind of introduce where I think the rub and the friction is. So simultaneously, while you have these respondents saying the majority of their code is written by AI and the vast majority saying it's of a higher quality, they're also reporting a significant increase in the number of incidents that they're seeing after incorporating AI into their SDLC processes. So they're not only seeing an increase in the number of incidents, right? They're seeing major production failures in some case. They're also having to do significant rework in some cases to actually kind of undo the damage. And they're also seeing more firefighting amongst especially their senior engineers as they're trying to kind of unravel what's going on and put out these fires, right? So it's sort of like, these respondents, you've got them kind of standing there smiling saying, yes, we use it more and more and it's better and better. Meanwhile, there's kind of like, smoke coming out through the door behind them where, engineers are out there trying to kind of deal with the real implications of all of this. Now, this stat, I think, is also interesting. And when I first saw this, right, I kind of said, well, this is obvious. Of course, the majority of organizations are not doing line-by-line verification of the code generated by AI. Who does line-by-line verification of all code anyway, first of all? And also, if you were doing line-by-line verification of all of this code being generated by AI, you're erasing a lot of the efficiency gains that you get. So this didn't surprise me initially, but when I thought about it a little bit more, I sort of inverted it and thought, well, 38% then of respondents supposedly are doing this line-by-line verification. And so the key thing about this stat, right, given the context that we've just established, is that this really shows you how polarized I think this representative sample of enterprises are in terms of how much do they really trust, right, the outcome they're getting, despite the fact that things seem to be moving faster and faster and faster. Now, of course, we all know there's many reasons why failures happen on production, and it's not just quote-unquote bad code or something like that. But I do think that because we're moving faster, we're pushing more changes, the volume of code is changing, and I think simultaneously, right, engineers in some cases are becoming a little bit more distant from the code that's actually landing on production. We're sort of seeing this interesting dichotomy where, business leaders are sort of pushing the adoption of AI, and yet we're getting kind of mixed results ultimately. And yet, right, I think one of the overarching themes we saw in this research report is that by and large, teams are trusting this code on production. And again, I think there's various reasons for this. I mean, I think there's kind of an automation bias happening where, especially people who are, have the budgets to buy tooling and that sort of thing, are sort of believing that, well, we're seeing such dramatic increases in speed, surely the technology will come along in time to kind of make sure that the outcome we're looking for, will happen, right? And I also think that, in general, the pressure to deliver more, to deliver faster, right, is ratcheting up. I don't know about all of you, but that pressure has always been there, but never has it felt more acute than I think recently as we've incorporated AI into our software development lifecycle. So long story short, lots and lots of problems are emerging in how we're using AI coding. AI-assisted coding, and yet, right, we're sort of seeing this march towards general acceptance of it running on production. I think, many of you are familiar with what happens when you continue to kind of move fast in a direction and accelerate without solving certain problems along the way, right? It's not a new concept. It's something that we commonly refer to as technical debt, and many of us have, many items kind of in the midst of our backlogs that are there because we're not solving technical debt. And, in this day and age, right, I think there's, more of this debt coming in, and let's call it agent debt, right, to kind of fit with the agentic era theme. So hooray, another source of debt for us to kind of deal with, right, on engineering teams. But again, as we really lean in and move faster with the assistance of AI coding agents, there are all manner of tooling and process challenges that are not yet solved. And so we're all, I think, accruing to greater or lesser extent this form of debt as we go. I don't need to define this, you guys know what technical debt is by and large, right? But again, without improving how we govern, without improving how we observe, how we build tools and processes around this, right, we're gonna see unsolved problems build up as we use more of these AI coding agents. So why is this happening though, right? And again, not a new problem actually. Why do we continue to see this debt sort of increase despite the fact that we're seeing, efficiency gains in some other ways? Well, it's again, it goes back to the age-old code simply describes what the expected behavior of a service or a system is, right? That many of you know that. That's the best you can do in a pre-production setting for the most part. You can put processes, tests around it, but based off of what you know, this is the code that you write expecting a certain outcome. Of course, as many of you know, that oftentimes doesn't actually survive contact with the customer. That code makes it to production, and the telemetry production itself actually reveals the true behavior. And so it's in that gap, in that space in between where a lot of these unsolved problems remain. And so I think, right, as we move faster on the kind of code production side, and if we acknowledge that these coding agents are going to be committing some of the same fallacies that we as human coders do, in that they're producing this code sort of expecting a given result, what they know, and that probably won't change anytime soon, the sort of source of truth and the record really that becomes important is the actual telemetry that we're getting back from production and how fast can we act on it. But not only how fast can we act on it, how can we sort of bring it back into our process to improve things upstream, to make our coding better, to make our tests better, to make our processes better. How do we sort of use that as the record of truth and bring it back in so that we don't have so many disruptions to our business as a result of production failures? Well, it just so happens, right, that there's a whole industry built out around this, as many of you know, and New Relic has been thinking about this particular problem for 18 years now, which is sort of surprising to say. But our whole goal as a company is to help customers actually apply production telemetry in a way that's going to improve their entire software development process. Whether we're talking about, helping you build better dashboards, helping you alert better, helping you do better issue response, helping you do better problem tracking, it doesn't matter. That's the whole goal, right, of observability in general, is we give you very clear pictures of how your system is performing on production and make it easier for engineers to kind of take that and act on it. But majority of the observability industry's history has been pre-generative AI sort of surge, pre-AI coding. And so while we report many customers getting large benefits from using observability in general, and this is probably no surprise, if you're observing what's happening on production, no wonder you're going to get better results. While we see these benefits, what we're also sort of faced with, I think, as an observability industry, and New Relic is no exception to this, is a reality in which we need to decide exactly how our products must function, what forms they must take, and how they need to kind of play alongside AI-assisted coding and these coding agents. And that's kind of what I want to talk to you about today, is sort of how we as an observability vendor are kind of having to rethink the very shape of our product overall, and also kind of unpack, right, some of the problems that we're hearing our customers talk about that we're really trying to target. So right? New Relic historically has kind of billed itself as an all-in-one platform. You've got everything from digital experience monitoring to logs management to APM, and so on and so forth. And we've sort of built our existence around the idea that a user would log into the platform and use the various interfaces or build dashboards or write queries or whatever it is. Very familiar, I'm sure, to most of you. That said, today, as we see our customers' engineers using more and more coding agents, right, and producing more and more code and making more changes to production, right, we're sort of facing this reality where it's increasingly unlikely that a human user is actually going to want to log in to the platform, right, and kind of sift through various interfaces and build dashboards and so on and so forth, especially because really the entity that is writing the code that needs the input is this coding agent, and with the human kind of overseeing it and governing it. And so, what we're doing is we're kind of reimagining the New Relic set of features, the observability platform, in sort of two main forms, right? One we're calling Autopilot, and this is essentially New Relic as an AI agent. This is New Relic, this is a series of expert agents, whether we're talking about Kubernetes specialists, Kafka specialists, and a lot of these agents are built by our own internal teams, right? New Relic is one of the biggest users of Kafka on Earth. Our own infrastructure team built our Kubernetes agent, but this is our collection of experts that are sort of running on behalf of customers. It's very plug and play, and the good way to think of it is this is sort of like an expert user of New Relic that sort of any engineer or any coding agent for that matter can easily use simply by prompting it, interfacing with it. And so this is of course available in natural language interfaces, but also via A-to-A interactions and so on, right? So if we kind of reimagine this New Relic platform as an AI agent. Now on the other hand, we have many, many customers who are building their own SRE agents, their own orchestrators. And so this is where this concept of ground truth comes in, where many of you may be familiar with the concept of like a headless service, right? A headless, like a representation of a platform. And this is New Relic's kind of answer to that headless state, where if our customers are building their own agents for IT operations, their own SRE agents, right, how are we going to bring sort of the best of our observability features to customers, right, in a way that's very easily consumable by those AI agents, MCP, again, more A-to-A, other APIs, CLIs, and so on. So we, in other words, need to kind of decompose New Relic as a platform and serve it up in an optimized fashion for our customers' AI agents, right? And all of this, right, all of this is sort of, built from the understanding that our customers are not going to slow down when it comes to adopting AI into their coding practices, and yet they are encountering more and more and more issues. So now we're looking at Autopilot and ground truth thinking, how can we better sort of integrate ourselves further upstream in their processes by way, again, of giving them an agent they can easily interface with, or their agents can easily interface with, or the tools in kind of a decomposed state that they can plug and play where they need to. And what we're hearing from customers, right, is that they need this production telemetry, these insights from what's actually happening once code lands on production, in order to kind of, guide not only their own, human engineers as they're managing their coding agents, but the coding agents themselves as they are, writing code and trying to develop a better mental model of the state of production. So, and one thing, right, real quick before I kind of move on from here, underlying both Autopilot and ground truth is this concept of a substrate of data. And the reason why I'm calling this out is, right, many of you who are familiar with observability vendors may kind of know that there's the fundamentals of metrics, events, logs, and traces. Well, we also now understand through, not only our own research, but just managing customers and approaching, non-customers, whatever it may be, that there's a whole slew of context that needs to be kind of brought in to this overall graph that we maintain of a customer system. So we're, now kind of veering into the lane of ingesting runbooks, retros, trying to develop this virtuous loop where New Relic's able to kind of detect exactly when a symptom was first felt, when mitigating changes were attempted, when the symptom kind of abated, and then when things like the RCA and the retro were developed, and be able to kind of create this self-enriching surface area where the more a customer maybe engages with autopilot or ground truth, the better the outcome will be, right? Touching on a few more kind of points around some of the things that we've focused on as a result of these conversations with customers and their struggles with AI-assisted coding, right? One of the big things is we wanted to make sure that autopilot, for example, was capable of learning from customers' engagement. And this is a really interesting space. I'm sure many of you who are using coding agents are familiar with the concept of agent memory. And especially in the IT operations space, and when you're dealing with SREs and reliability engineering concepts, this is really complicated. Because it's very easy to accidentally poison context and have sort of like a bad root cause, for example, suddenly start spreading around by way of this agent, and then your junior engineers are getting input from it that's no good. So we've kind of gone pretty deep here and had to take kind of a special approach working with customers where we have memories that are scoped at various different levels, and we've kind of gated them with permissions. Because our customers, they want to come in and they want to kick the tires on like an autopilot before they actually let the rest of their engineering org use it. And so those users will have permission to save org-scoped memories, whereas more junior engineers won't, right? So you can have this kind of dispersion of this tribal knowledge that's formerly been kind of locked in your really experienced responders' head throughout the rest of the organization through these features. So even things like agent memory that seem relatively straightforward in some settings become really complex and really touchy in the context of any kind of agent that's touching IT operations or coding for that matter. And then on the ground truth side, I think the thing that I really want to emphasize here is that the core value prop of these types of features, whether they're from New Relic or anyone else, but this kind of headless representation, right, of a platform is, at the end of the day, right, if you're using, say, headless New Relic, and you're not actually getting better insights at sort of a better token efficiency than you would get just using Claude and pointing it at public API surfaces, then what is the point? And so with everything that we're doing with ground truth, we're thinking to ourselves, right, how do we get the customer a better insight that's more provable in, say, two tool calls from Claude versus the 15 execute query tool calls that it would normally do. And in other words, rather than having Claude drag all of this raw data back into its context window, do its own analysis, and then have that analysis sort of live in something black boxy, can we help customers actually save on their token spends while getting better insights to boot? And if we can't achieve that, right, then we have to question fundamentally, why go headless at all? And so this is an ongoing iterative process with our customers to offer these new, better tools to see if we can kind of bring their token spends down and improve outcomes. And one example of how we're doing this, and any of you that have managed platforms as your day job may be familiar with this, but there's a lot of really innovative APIs that are developed at any organization, but primarily they're developed for the purpose of serving up some user interface, right? We want to add some new widget to a page. We want to add a new page in the Kubernetes monitoring experience, whatever it is. And so we developed these APIs, and even just a year and a half ago, that was the norm. Well, you had to have a user experience. Well, now what we're doing is we're looking at every single one of those APIs that's been developed over the course of New Relic's existence as an opportunity to kind of turn it around, right, and make it a tool for ground truth. So all of the things that a human would benefit from historically logging into the platform, can we now make those optimized for agents and again kind of offer this best of New Relic type experience by way of a variety of means, whether we're talking CLI, MCP, whatever it is. And so this is even permeating into how we're sort of developing features in general. New Relic continues to ship features across the board, whether you're talking about digital experience monitoring, infra monitoring, logs management. I'm not here to go over our roadmap, but what I will drive home is that now, instead of thinking to ourselves, well, okay, we've got to build the user interface before a customer ever touches this particular feature. Now we're thinking, okay, well, let's make it let's go API first, and sort of back to that API first way of thinking, make this a skill or a tool, and let the customers start using this, right, via MCP or via Autopilot or whatever it is, and get early feedback. So all of these kind of R&D lanes are now inputs to this sort of these new forms that New Relic is taking to kind of fit into our customers' work streams as they wrestle with, you know, the new norm of AI coding. There's one innovation, though, that I wanted to kind of highlight specifically here, beyond Autopilot and ground truth, because this is kind of directly in the lane of what we refer to as AI monitoring at New Relic. And I wanted to highlight this one because it's completely free. You don't even need a New Relic account to use it. It's open source, right? And it sort of lives locally on your machine. But this product is specifically designed to help you be better at using coding agents or using agents in general, right? So it sits on your machine. It intercepts telemetry from whatever agent you're using, Cloud Code, you name it, and then reports back to you, right? Metrics and insights about, you know, how much are you spending? Are you managing context well? Do we see anti-patterns that you could try to resolve to improve your outcomes? And so this one in particular, right, as we work with customers to try to help them get more value and prevent these issues from adopting AI in their SDLC processes, right? This is a great one, and I love it because, again, it's free. You don't need a New Relic account. It's open source. You can plug it into New Relic if you want, but that's not the point, right? The point is to help these customers, you know, kind of achieve the speed that they're looking for, but also the outcomes that they're looking for as well. So again, you know, kind of start wrapping things up here, right? If we as, you know, human engineers or product managers or whomever you know, whatever role you play, are not actually finding ourselves happier in general, but also happier with the outcomes, more productive as a whole through adopting, you know, AI into our work streams, then sort of what are we doing anyway? And so New Relic has really kind of adopted this stance of, you know, how do we make this intersection of human and agent-led SDLC processes better, more observable, and serve up insights that are more actionable from production telemetry that our customers can kind of bring in further upstream. And, you know, we've kind of coined this as, you know, helping our customers achieve their superhuman era. So anyway, that's mainly what I have today. You know, I'd love to talk to each and every one of you. I'd love to do demos, go deep on any of these topics. Please come find me. We have kind of an expert lounge set up out there. If you are a New Relic customer, please also contact your New Relic rep. I'd love to do a meeting, do a demo, that sort of thing. Also, come see our booth up on number 5. There's prizes. You can win all sorts of things. And yeah, I appreciate y'all sitting through this.
Thank you so much, Camden. Oh my goodness, be careful. Hello, everybody. Okay, go enjoy the expo hall, enjoy the rest of the conference, hang out. We are coming back here at 1:45 for a talk from Netlify's CEO, Matt Billman. See you then.
number 1. Lavalier number 1. 1, 2. Lavalier number 1. Checking lavalier number 1. Hello, hello, hello. Lavalier number 1. Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. Offsets are all 0 now. I went through, made sure all of them matched. Maybe it's the way my mic is sitting on me. Hang on a second. Let me move it. How's that? Is that any better? Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you want me to bring it up about 3? I can bring you up if you like. Mute me for a second. Mute me for a second. One, two. No, it's still pretty low back here. Hey, hey. Yeah, let me give you an offset. Hello, check 1, 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2. That sounds a lot more robust. How's it look at your console? Cool. All right, well, we'll leave this, and it is a plus 15 now, not a 12. I'm underneath some stuff back here if you're getting any behind my hair. Lavalier number 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 3. Lavalier number 2. Oh, sorry. Number 3, lavalier number 3. Checking lavalier number 3. 1, 2, 3. Lavalier number 3. Lavalier number 4. Checking lavalier number 4. 1, 2, 3. Checking lavalier number 5. 1, 2, 3. Lavalier number 5. Number 6. Checking lavalier number 6. 1, 2, 3. I'm not seeing much on this meter at all. Let me boost a little if you meet me. Lavalier number 6. Lavalier number 6. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Ooh, checking lavalier number 6. How's that one? It's still a little low, but can you live with that, or is that too low? 1, 2. Lavalier number 6. All right. Cool. Checking lavalier number 7. 1, 2, 3. Lavalier number 7. Lavalier number 8. Checking lavalier number 8. 1, 2, 3. Lavalier number 8. Checking handheld number 1. 1, 2, 3. Handheld number 1. Handheld number 2. Checking handheld number 2. 1, 2, 3. Handheld number 2. Handheld number 3. Checking 1, 2, 3. Handheld number 3. Number 4. There we go. Handheld number 4. Checking handheld number 4. 1, 2, 3. Handheld number 4. Handheld number 5. Checking handheld number 5. 1, 2, 3. Handheld number 5. 6. Handheld number 6. Checking 1, 2, 3. Handheld number 6. 1, 2. Checking handheld number 6. Hello, hello. Checking handheld number 7. 1, 2, 3. Handheld number 7. And finally, handheld number 8. Checking handheld number 8. 1, 2, 3. Just like a
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? I see some familiar, friendly faces out there. How are you all doing? Happy afternoon. Hi. Oh, thanks. I wasn't expecting that. I appreciate it. So, our next talk is from someone who I used to work for, Matt Billman. He is the co-founder and CEO of Netlify. And in this day and age, building websites is a whole lot different. And ultimately, websites are for people. And the things that you build will ultimately be for the humans that use the tools. There might be some AI agents in between, but the humans are ultimately what matter. And Matt is going to be talking about that, building for these humans in the AI era. So let's welcome Matt Billman.
Thank you. Ooh. Thank you. Matt Billman, as Cassidy said, CEO and co-founder of Netlify, and for more than a decade, we've made it our mission to help turn imagination into reality on the web. And I'm going to talk about building for humans in an age of agents, but I'm going to start a different place with an article I wrote in January 25 called Introducing AX, or Why Agent Experience Matters, at a time where a lot of people were still not really thinking about like how powerful agents would be, and were more in the mode of thinking chatbots when they thought AI. And I wrote back then that we need to start focusing on AX, or agent experience, the holistic experience AI agents will have as the user of a product or a platform. It's like a mentality of like, what do we need to do for building for agents? Back in the 90s, Don Norman coined this term UX, or user experience. Before then, we would tend to think about a product as like a list of features, and compare products by saying like, this product has this feature, this product has those features. And he said like, we should think about the holistic experience a user have when using a product, not just the product itself, the packaging, the docs, the tooling around it, the brand, everything. And it became like the main way that people thought about differentiating their products from competitors. And in the 2010s, Jeremiah Lee Kochik coined this term DX, or developer experience, to say like when you're building platforms, again, it's not just about does the platform have an API, it's about what is the experience for a developer that's trying to extend your platform by building on top of it. What's the docs, the CLI, what's the holistic experience? And AX is the same idea, right? Like, what is the experience when an agent is trying to do stuff with a product you're building or a platform you're building? How do you make sure the agent can be successful in doing that? When we think about like executing AX, right? Like I wrote this article in the start of 2025, and we've been doing a lot to improve the agent experience of Netlify since then. Not thinking about it as like, we have to add an MCP, right? Like, but as a discipline similar to UX or developer experience. Building with these agents in mind that at their heart is always just a loop over LLM calls and tools. The LLMs pulls in different context that determines how well they work, and then they use tools to interact with the world and your products. And they keep running that loop until they feel that they've achieved the goal or given up along the way. That's like essentially the heart of every agent or harness out there in the wild that you're building for. And sometimes when you give them your product as a tool and try to see them using your tool, this is what it ends up looking like. And when I think about like giving these agents access to Netlify, I think about like 4 pieces of this AX discipline: access, context, tools, and orchestration. Can the agent actually access your product? Someone asked me about helping them with like the AX of their product, and I asked if they had a CLI, and they said they had a CLI, and I looked at the docs for the CLI, and the docs start with like, to use the CLI, first set up an environment variable with a personal access token. That's it, right? Like any agent that like grabs the CLI is gonna be dead at that point. Like, how do I get a personal access token? The human probably doesn't even know when the agent tells, like, I need a personal access token, and like, what is it like, right? Like, so you need to think through these flows of like, how can agents access a product? And how can they access a product often on behalf of some human they're working with, right? Like, it's typically not just the agent spontaneously deciding to do something with your product, it's because someone is asking it. So what do they need for that human, and how do they get access together with a human being that needs to guide them and be okay with giving the agent access? And like, one fun dilemma here is that often in the past, we've built all of our products to avoid giving robots access, right? Like, most of us have a lot of protections built in against robots. I had this experience when OpenClaw first came out, and I started playing around with it, and I tried to set up my own little Claude bot, and I gave it a Gmail, like I set up a new Gmail account for it and gave it access and started using it, and then it all stopped working. And I went and checked the Gmail, and it was like a notification saying like, we've disabled this account because it looked like a bot account. And it was hard to argue again. It was obviously a bot account, but it was my bot, right? Like, it's not like an evil bot that they should keep out. And I filled out like the form to like try to get around it, and didn't really expect the result, right? Like, I wrote, this is a bot, but it's my bot, and it immediately got reactivated by Google, right? Like, because obviously all of us that are building products now want people's agents to work with those products. But it's a real dilemma of like, how do we give them access while keeping our protections for bad robots automating all kinds of abuse on top of our surface areas? One of the things we built at Netlify is this page, again, like a page you can go read as a human, netlify.ai. Simple to remember, type in. But if you copy the prompt there and give it to your agent, and the agent reads the same page, it gets like a pure markdown version of it with all instructions of like, how does it actually get access to Netlify, and how does it get set up with the right access and the right context. And I think we're going to see more and more of this pattern of like, again, giving agents access. But I think they'll typically involve a human telling, like being in the loop and interacting with the agent. So again, as we think about this AX discipline, it's partly the agent experience, but it's also partly the experience of the human working with that agent to give it access to a product he or she wants the agent to be successful with. We're seeing like sort of other approaches that are thinking more of it from like the pure like Stripe projects. We're part of that with Netlify, right? Like, you can fire up a CLI, or an agent can fire up a CLI and start provisioning all kinds of services. And we'll see those patterns, and it's really interesting, but I suspect like what we're seeing in the wild right now is that it's actually less common that agents just go around and on their own sign up for a bunch of services, and more common that they collaborate with a human in getting access to the right tools and services, and they serve as the advisors on what tools and services should the human give them access to or use or adopt, but there's still like a combined flow. We're also going to see more moves, like we recently launched Netlify Database as our like fully integrated database, and again, more to solve an access problem than anything else, where like lots of people were building web apps on Netlify, but now they had to like get their agent to independently set up another database, and we simply started seeing that like we could reduce the friction for people working with agents on Netlify so much by just like making sure that the database was built in, and there was no separate sort of thing to access. And I think we'll probably see those kind of bundling of products more to make it really simple to give access to agents. We're also starting to see whole new emerging standards for accessing products with agents in mind, like agent ID or agent auth, that are again meant for agents to identify themselves in a product. But I think some of the interesting pieces here is like, when an agent identifies itself in a product, can it also tell the product who the human using the agent is? Can we also get this trace of like, okay, who does this agent actually work with? So we can work with both of those. The second pillar of agent experience is context. Docs is like one of the most important contexts. And it typically is different what humans need from docs and what agents need for docs. We kind of need both of them, right? Like we need humans to be able to understand what the agent is consuming and reading and building with. We need the agent to be able to share a link to the docs to the human if the human asks, like, what are you doing? But we can also make sure that when an agent accesses our documentation, we see what kind of content it's asking for. Most agents will send an accept header when it reaches for a documentation page that says, like, I prefer plain text over HTML. And we can do content negotiation and send back plain text to agents and rich HTML to humans. As long as we make sure that the URL structure and the paths works for the agent, so the agent can also share back what it's seen to the human, and we don't get the two experiences completely disconnected. We have like a simple, like we have this agent runners, right? Like one of the beautiful things is that you can simply take a prompt and tell an agent, do this on my docs, and it'll just start working. The other really important way to give agents context is like the model context protocol. I think a lot of people think more about the protocol than the context word in MCP. But to me, like the core idea of MCP is actually like to be able to insert yourself in that agent loop and control the context. Skills is another way to give the agent access to a whole bunch of context. All of them incredibly important to let an agent be good at using a product. In the beginning, when MCP came out, and I still see a lot of people doing this, people think API and MCP is essentially the same. And sometimes they use automated tooling to just take their open API spec and just generate a whole MCP server with a massive amount of tools. That actually makes agents really confused and very bad at what they do. It's similar to like if you imagine that your web UI for an application just took the open API spec and generated a bunch of components. Humans would probably have a really bad experience with that. So if you look at Netlify's MCP, we have like more than 100 endpoints in our API, but we have 5 tools in our MCP. Just make it really simple for the agent to understand, like, how do I deploy projects, how do I use primitives, how do I do admin operations, and so on. Tools is the third pillar, the way to actually make agents use your product. And agents are using your product. If you're building any kind of like web app or application or software, people are probably using that software right now with agents one way or the other, right? Like agents can do computer use. You can just ask them to like go to a browser and log into your product. So every product has an agent experience today. It's not like you're adding an agent experience. Everything you build, agents will try to use it. But is it a good or is it a bad agent experience? And a lot of these experiences are very different for humans and agents. Like our CLI has been around for a long time now, and we've iterated a lot on the developer experience for the CLI. And this is how it looked like when you would take our CLI and say Netlify deploy. You would get a little interactive menu to choose, like, are you deploying a new project or an existing project, a few options like that. And in a few seconds, you would have a URL. This is how it looked like the first time I gave that CLI to Claude Code and say, like, go try to do a deploy. And it hit that interactive menu, and it didn't understand how to navigate it. So it tried to start in a creative way, like piping bash commands into the CLI to see if it could pick an option or just like randomly pick other commands in the CLI and see if they existed. And it just went in circles, and it never managed to deploy anything. It's very much this experience of like Claude trying to use our nice human-friendly CLI. So we made a small change to the CLI at first that's still human-friendly. It's actually human-friendly to humans, right? Like it just gives a little help command that says to create and deploy in one go, use this command. And now when Claude hit this in the CLI, it would read that, get it into its context, and understand, I can do it without any interactivity in this way. It would deploy the project, and everything worked, right? Like, so a small change to the agent experience that also at the same time we did it in a way that made the human experience better, right? Like, it's also helpful to humans to know. The fourth pillar is really orchestration. We're going to see that in more and more products, right? Like in our product, we started adding orchestration for Claude Code and OpenAI Codex and Gemini and OpenCode directly inside our web UI. You can give a prompt to any of these agents and they can go on, do long-running tasks, update your website, build whole new websites, change things on your projects, anything you want. But it's not like a Netlify agent that we built. It's really just like orchestration for these agents that people are already using, because I think most people are going to start having a very close relationship in many ways with the agents they use and really learn how to use them deeply. And when they come to a product and they see like a random your product agent that they've never heard on, they're probably going to bail out and just try to get their agent to use the product. So I think we'll see some of these opposite flows where you say like, here's how you can kind of use the same agent inside our product as outside. And we'll see more and more of these agents doing async work and working autonomously. So this is like a lot of what I've talked about over the last year around AX and building 4 agents. And we've like open sourced our product called Axis to help evaluate this, right? Like when we think about UX or DX, you can't really automate that a lot, right? Like you kind of have to sit down with people and see, does this work with these people or not? You're going to do interviews and so on. With AX, you can just spin up a bunch of agents and see what they do, and you can automate that. So we built this open source framework called Axis. You can find it at axis.run. That helps anyone create evaluations for how well agents can use a product. Think about it as like Lighthouse, but for agent experience. You build scenarios, and then you spin up parallel runs with like Claude Code and OpenAI Codex and any harness you want, and you see them execute that whole scenario, run it in some sandbox, and you get a scoring at the end that both scores like the outcome they got to, the time it took them to get there, the cost of getting there, and the quality of the output. Again, across these dimensions of access, context, tools, and orchestration. But as I've been building this discipline over the last year, it's become more of a question of like, who is AX for? Like when we're saying like we need to consider the holistic experience an agent has to use our product, are we starting to build for a world where agents are our audience? And there's a lot of people thinking about that, like of building for this sort of like economy of agents, right? Like, are we building the web for agents to ship agents, automated by agents? Is that like the end goal, right? Like of a web that's kind of in some way now operating at a speed and at a velocity that we're no longer really a part of, and that's just kind of like off doing its own thing? Or are we building a web for humans, essentially? Where the purpose of the web and the digital space we're building is for humans to connect with other humans, with agents, through agents, and in collaboration with agents. And I think that's like a really important distinction we have to keep in mind when we're starting to make AX a discipline. And it's really becoming a discipline in more and more companies. Like there's job postings for AX engineers, and there's like a huge motion to really think in this way. It's become very clear that it's like the core adoption engine for companies. At Netlify, we onboard now more than 50,000 new users every single day. And most of them come to us just because like they're working with agents and the agents send them to Netlify, right? Like it's a very powerful engine. But it's still these people we think about when they come to us. It's not primarily like Claude Code I'm excited about building a product for. I'm excited to build a product for everybody who uses Claude Code or Codex. And we live in this world with bits and atoms, right? Like where since we introduced this idea of digital spaces, we've kind of separated an imaginary space that we're not really native to, right? Like we're native to these rooms and to these hallways and to the physical world we inhabit, where the agents are kind of native to the worlds of bits, right? Like that's their logical place to inhabit. They interact naturally in the digital world and not as natural in the physical world. And at the same time, if we look at the world in general today, the world of bits kind of runs most things, right? Like my company is a fully distributed remote company, right? Like we're not running the company by sitting in an office and telling each other in person what to do. We are operating the company through online systems and through the digital world, and every employee is plugged into that and can collaborate there and have a space together. Most of our world works like that today. So if we start thinking about the web or the digital space as primarily a place that we are building for agents, we also kind of like start shifting what that is, right? Like if the digital world is really for agents, by agents, and that digital world kind of runs society, we no longer sort of run a society, right? Like we sort of created a new economy 2.0 where the agents can go transact and interact and make everything run, and we can be run by it. And as builders of digital products, which we're probably all here in some way, right? Like we have to build for agents, right? Like if you want to build a successful product today, you have to consider that almost everybody that's going to use your product is going to want to use it through agents or with like with an agent experience. AX is what UX and DX was. If you don't build a great agent experience, your product is not going to be adopted. It's not going to be, it's going to fail. But we also have a responsibility to think about like, who is that product for in the end? At Netlify, we think that it's humans that have like the imagination and the agency and the purpose. When we exist to turn imagination into reality, it's really to help humans turn their imagination into reality. So when we've been focusing over the last year to build Netlify for agents, it's really building Netlify for humans, building with agents. And it's really building Netlify for humans to connect with other humans, to build things that are meaningful for other people, to educate other people, to empower other people, to lead people, to organize people, to build community or to build transactions and e-commerce and so on, right? Like that reaches other humans. And this would be sort of my ask to you all as you go build digital products. Build them with a great agent experience and think very holistically about the agent experience. It's going to be life and death for the success of your product. But do it for humans and with humans in mind. That's all. Thank you.
Yay, Matt, that was so good. Okay, everybody, we have 5 minutes until the next talk, so you can talk amongst yourselves, get comfortable, go get a snack, go get a drink, and come back for the next talk from the team at Appify. See you soon. Hello. Hi, everybody. How's it going? Good, good. Got some nods. Great. Hey, over there. I see the waving. I appreciate it. Well, we have another talk coming up that I'm very excited about, mostly because the title feels like a revenge thing. It's called Teaching Agents to Pay. But I think it's actually much more practical than that. So please welcome from the Apify team, Michael and Matiash.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our talk, Teaching Agents to Pay. Really quickly, want to introduce ourselves again. I'm Michael. I'm a developer advocate at Apify, and this is my colleague Matias. He's an engineer at the Web Automations team. And today, we're going to be talking about Teaching Agents to Pay. But first, I want to give a little bit of context about what Apify is, because it'll be important for later on in the presentation. So who here has used Apify before? Okay, a couple hands. So for those of you that don't know, Apify is a marketplace and platform of tools for web scraping and automation that let you scrape social media, real estate, travel, things like that. And we have a marketplace of over 50,000 of these tools, mostly built by community members that they can publish and monetize. And I'm proud to say that we've been able to pay out over $1 million for the last couple months to creators on the platform. And so with that, let's talk about teaching agents to pay. And I think it's appropriate to first talk about the history of payments. The first thing I want to talk about is that money was never native to the internet. HTTP was only for web pages, SMT was for email, RTP was for real-time audio and video, and FTP for file transfer, but nothing for money. In fact, the Rails are quite old. We have things like ACH and Swift that take 1 to 3 days. We have Fedwire, which is real-time, but it takes like $15 to $30 per transaction, so good luck with microtransactions. And credit cards, but they take 2 to 4% fees. And we don't really complain about this as much because we have really beautiful APIs with Stripe and PayPal bolted onto these systems. The other thing about this infrastructure is that all of it assumes it to be human. So your bank account needs to be tied to a real identity. A lot of the transactions that you make need some sort of approval flow, whether it's two-factor authentication or something like that. So it would make it quite difficult for an agent to be able to pay on its own behalf. That was an issue, but in my study of this, I did come across the status code, which has been remaining dormant for about 30 years, called Payment Required 402. This was reserved in the 1997 spec, along with all the other status codes you know and love, like 200 OK, 401, 404, and more. And it remained dormant for so long because people thought it would be necessary, but they didn't really know when it would be. And that was until the X402 protocol. So the X402 protocol, a brief history about it. This, again, started all the way back for when the spec was reserved in 1997. And then the first attempt to actually make this a internet-native infrastructure with the 402 protocol was with L402 by Lightning Labs. It just didn't really take off as much as they had hoped. And then in 2025, Coinbase released the X402 protocol, which uses signed USDC transactions and plain HTTP, so it was very developer-friendly and easy to get started. And then most recently, they donated that to a foundation under the Linux Foundation, so it could remain a neutral standard instead of being a product by Coinbase. And what makes it different is also what makes it good, because unlike the old payment rails that we have, this is programmable, it's borderless, settles in seconds, and it also uses a stablecoin for all the transactions, so the transactions can be much more reliable. And specifically with USDC, the thing to know about that is that each USDC coin is backed 1-to-1 with a fiat dollar. And more importantly, you don't need to be identified to actually create a wallet and use this protocol, so there's less KYC when it comes to actually using it. So I just really want to talk quickly about how it works. In this diagram, I'll quickly go over. We have 4 key players in how you would use the X402 protocol, which is the client, a server, a facilitator like Coinbase, and then the blockchain. So each request will start by the client, could be an app, could be an agent, is going to make a request to the resource server, and then the server is going to send back a 402 status payment required and tell the client how it should pay. The client will then resend the request with a signed USDC transaction along with the X payment header, and then the resource server will go and call the facilitator to verify that transaction or verify the signature. And once it sees that it's a valid signature, it will ask the facilitator to then propagate the transaction on the blockchain, and then we will return the resource that was requested along with the receipt. And so I say all of this and give all this context about the history of payments because I think it's important to talk about where we started and sort of where things have gotten to. And I want to let my colleague Matthias talk about where we think it's going with Explorer 2 and how agents will pay with Apify.
All right, thank you, Michael. So now let's look at how you can actually use this protocol with Apify because it's actually working. But first of all, let me backtrack a little bit and show you what the current workflow with AI and Apify works with our MCP. So currently, you need to go and authenticate your MCP server with your account and your subscription. Then the agent has the tools from the MCP server, and it can go and find, for lack of better words, a tool. We call them actors. And it finds the correct actor for the job. Then the final step is it actually runs it and gets the results back. As you can see, you still need to authenticate the MCP server, so you need an account, you need a subscription, and there is that human in the way, in so to speak. So in the future, how it could work is that agent will find the tool by itself, it will discover it, it will figure out how much it's going to cost, and if it decides that this is a good tool or service for the job, it can go and sign up, pay for the service, and then use it like before and get the results and the receipt for it. So this is what we have been working for towards Apify, but we found several hard parts. So as Michael said, we focus a lot on web scraping. And the problem is that we can't determine the price of a scrape before it actually happens. There are too many variables, like the target website, the anti-bot protections, the scope of the scrape. All of this plays into how much it's actually going to be cost. So paying upfront actually isn't ideal for our use case. And that opens us up to issues like overpayment, so we charge you too much, or underpayment, and you either don't get the results or we have to eat the cost, so to speak. And then the second issue is that we already have an API that a lot of integrations and users use. So if an agent or a user tries to invoke a new run without credentials, what do we return? Do we return 402 or 401 status code? Because we can only return one. So it almost feels like we are trying to fit two different crowds into a single door, and that doesn't work. But fortunately, the solution is kind of simple. And it's the fact that we built a new front door for the agents. We call it agi.apify.com. AGI stands for Agentic Generic Interface. And it is an endpoint for agents that they can use to discover Apify and figure out how to pay by themselves without the human in the loop, so to speak. And it's quite simple. They pay for a cost-capped Apify API token, and once they get it, they use it with the normal API like any other user does. So let's look at how it looks more deeply with the actual workflow that Michael showed just a few slides before. So the agent comes in, it asks for a Apify token with a certain spending limit, but because it hasn't paid yet, we return the 402 error. So with that 402 error, they get the information on how to pay and where to pay. They sign the payment, do all of the stuff that the agent needs to do, and they request the token again with the spending limit. Then we go, verify, send that on to the facilitator, verify it on chain, and when the transaction happens, we create a new anonymous Apify account that expires within 14 days and return the API token for that account. And then the engine can go and use it. Also, I forgot to mention, the minimum prepaid cap that you can get is $1, so you can't go below that. That solves almost all of the issues, except the overpayment. And we're still working on that in case when your agent pays for $5 and you only use $3, then when the account expires, the $2 just are forfeited. So this is it's still a work in progress, and we are still working on this, but this is current limitation. And now let's have a look at a demo. Michael will walk you through it.
Perfect. Can you guys hear me?
Do you want the quick?
Okay, so for this demo, I prayed to the demo gods, and they told me to do a pre-recorded demo for the sake of time and for the sake of clarity. So I'm going to just show you this in full screen if I can. And what I'm going to show you here is how I'm going to set up my Claude Code agent with its own wallet using agi.appify. And I'm going to pause and stop and start to sort of explain what's going on through the process. So everything that Matthias just talked about, I will be showing you how it works with the demo. So the first thing I will do to set up my Claude agent or my Claude Code agent is to point it at agi.appify, which will give it an entire skill to understand how to use Appify and then also how to request for one of the prepaid API tokens. So first, it's going to set up a wallet, and this will be probably the most manual part of the process in this demo because when you create a Coinbase wallet, it will ask you for a verification code from your email. There are ways you could probably automate this. I know with RMCPC CLI, you could probably do this. You could probably also give the agent, like, if anybody's heard of agentmail.to, it's the API first inbox. You could probably just get its own verification code and log in. But I just wanted to show you each step of the process, kind of like bit by bit, so you really understand. So I'm giving it my email. It's going to request a verification code. So I got the verification code, and once it's set up, I will be giving it 2 USDC. I may kind of speed it up to the part where it actually shows at the end it'll show you a scannable QR code that you can pay for with like your Coinbase wallet on your app, or like what I'm gonna do is just copy and paste my wallet address and then use the web app to send 2 USD. There we go. Confirm that the transaction is all right. I don't know if is that me? Can you guys hear me? You can't hear me? Oh. Hello. Mic's out? Oh, never mind. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so we have $2 in the wallet. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask it to use one of our Appify actors. This is my first time in Atlanta, first time at Render. So far, pretty excited with the conference and meeting all the great people. But I haven't gone to any coffee shops, so I'm going to ask it to use our Google Maps scraper to find me 5 coffee shops in Atlanta that have no less than 4-star reviews. I'm going to allow it to spend $1 of prepaid Appify usage to get that spend cap token. All right, so what it's doing now is it's making a request to agi.appify, and then it's going to get the signature. And it happens very fast, so I do kind of want to pause it to really show you what we just got back. We requested that resource, then we had to resend the signature for the transaction to agi.appify, and then we had agi.appify verified it, then it created a 14-day anonymous user account with that API token. You can see here now we have the API token here, with the remaining balance being $1 because we haven't spent any, and it expires in 14 days. So the next part of the process is really more, you're just going to see it do part of its discovery process that all agents do when they're looking at tools. It's going to look at the input, the output schema of our actor, see how it can be used to match the needs for the task. And had I had asked it for a more general use case and didn't give it an actor, it would have gone and searched the Appify store to find the correct tool and pick the best one for the job. And this is something that we take very seriously at Appify, is we try to make our actors very agent legible, because it would be a shame if the agent found your tool but was not able to really understand that it was the right tool for the job. And so I would recommend for anybody that is building for a service right now, even if it is for humans, agents are now becoming more capable and powerful. And so I do think it would behoove everybody to start to think about how they can communicate with agents that they are the right tool for the job. Okay, so now it's running the Google Maps scraper. You can see we have the search string query, coffee shops in Atlanta, USA. Place minimum stars is going to be 4. And this may take a little bit. You can see in the traces we have a few options already. I think I saw black coffee Atlanta. We have brew coffee and T-bar. And maybe if I just go a little bit ahead because I want to show the output. So there we go. So we have 5 coffee shops, black coffee Atlanta. If anybody's been to these and have recommendations, which one's better, let me know. But yeah, that's basically a very straightforward example of an agent with it being Claude Code connecting to AGI to Appify, creating its own wallet. Maybe Claude Code might not be the best harness for this. If you had a more of a longer running agent like Hermes or OpenClaw, and they have wallets themselves, you point at AGI to Appify, and then it can start to call tools as long as it has funds. So that's the demo, and with that, I'm going to let Matthias close us off.
All right. Can we go back to the presentation?
Yeah, you can just click, right?
No.
One moment, please. Okay.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. So, as you've seen, Michael's used the $1 minimum cap. So here's just a little overview of that $1 can get you. So this is a rough estimate based on actors that we have developed ourselves. And you can, for all of these use cases, you can find community-built actors that actually could be cheaper or more expensive and can give you slightly different output. So you can always go through and choose what exactly fits your needs. But this is just some rough estimates. And now let's talk a little bit about what else is around there, around this protocol, and where is all of this going. So as you can see, this is just one layer. This protocol is just one layer of a whole stack of protocols that exist to allow agents to communicate and interact with the world or internet around them. So the top layer is commerce protocols. Those are used to for agents to discover products online on e-commerce sites. They can put them into a basket, they can check out. But all of these protocols are payment agnostic, and they conveniently leave the payment to something else. Then the second layer is authorization, and that allows the agent to produce a proof that they can make the transaction. Again, payment agnostic. And then finally, we have the protocols that actually make the money move. So that's where the X402 protocol sits. It actually makes the transaction and makes the money move around. And where is all of this going? So currently, we see a certain shift or an expansion of the traffic on the internet, especially if you're doing a SaaS service like we do. Then we no longer only see humans that want accounts and subscription and seats and all of this stuff to use our service, but also engines that have wallets and they want per outcome pricing that want to use the service as well. So our focus kind of needs to expand not only from SEO and ads and sign-up funnels and stuff like this to also winning the agent traffic, such as asking questions like, can agents find us? Can they understand how we work and what we do? And can they pay for our services? And when the internet achieves this goal and it achieves this winning of the agent traffic, and the agents can actually pay for themselves, then the work unit of the internet kind of changes from the human session or expands from human session to also include the agent tasks. And with that, we'd like to thank you for your attention, and please feel free to connect with us using these QR codes on the slides.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to ask questions? I don't know, like, we have 10 minutes if anybody has questions.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Actually, a couple of questions. So the first one, you all showed that there was a 10-step, basically, handshake.
Yeah.
So I know you all are demonstrating through hard code, but on average, what is that typical
I don't know, like probably 10, 20 seconds. It doesn't take too long because a lot of the X402 protocol, like on the base chain, is very fast to actually do the transaction. So it's not like you're waiting for like an Ethereum block to be mined and it takes a little bit longer. That's why it happens faster.
And that's why I'm asking. So
Yeah.
is it only restricted to base right now, or
It can be, it's compatible with any EVM chain, but I would assume that most people are trying to build on layer 2s because they're cheaper and they're just practically instant. Yeah.
That's why I was wondering. Okay. My next question is, you all said when you fund the stable coins, you create a temporary account.
Yes.
It expires. So are you using like smart contracts to send the money back when it expires? What happens when that account expires?
So yeah, right now that, like Matthias said, that's something that we're still working on. So AGI to Appify is very much in, I would say, alpha, beta. We're trying to push the limits. Right now, the way it works, I would think of it as like a Starbucks gift card. So like I bought a $15 Starbucks gift card. If I only spend $7, I'm not gonna like get the rest back. So at your own risk right now with AGI to Appify. So yeah. Yeah. What's up?
What at layer 1? What made you choose X402 as opposed to, let's say, the one with Stripe and Tempo and the MVP one?
So do you?
I don't know.
So I can at least say from the conversation I've had, because I'm not necessarily on that team, I do think we have plans to also be compatible with those. I think we just picked X402 because it was put out by Coinbase, and then we just sort of just went with that one. As far as I can tell, is the reason.
And I was watching a video that you showed. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to like use a CLI or MCP to like do that stuff? Because from my experience, when you have an agent working with APIs, it trips out over itself, especially when you do it separate. You need something a bit more reliable, right? So a CLI would actually be able to perform the workflow a bit more reliable.
Yeah. So in the demo what we showed, that's actually the simplest way, kind of, so to speak, to use it. But agi.epify.com itself explains to the agent how it can use the temporary token, the 14-day token, with the MCP server. So you can use this token with the MCP server as well. It's just up to the preference, because we do have MCP server. So.
Is there any? I missed the first part of this conversation. Is there any thing that it can't buy? Like, can it actually go through any purchasing experience on the internet? Is there a limitation? Does it have a pseudo identity that it can use to go through traditional checkout forms? Like, what can't it buy?
Oh, like the agent?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so AGI to Appify, we're really just trying to build the onboarding mechanism to allow agents to pay us. So I would say I'm confident in saying it probably can't buy everything on the internet by itself. And we're sort of trying to be one of the first movers to actually allow agents to find us and be able to pay with crypto instead of needing like a user-based account.
Gotcha. Sorry, you're not facilitating agents being able to purchase.
No.
Just purchase your thing.
The facilitator is like Coinbase or somebody that's like we verify the transactions with them. What's up?
So I have a question on the actual payment processing side. Are there any standards as yet that would guide people implementing the actual receiving of payments?
Can you say the one more? Are there actual standards of receiving the actual what?
Yeah, what I'm asking is, are there any actual standards around this that guide the implementation of the payment, receiving the actual payment to settlement?
I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry.
I think it's described in the X402 protocol,
Yeah.
in the technical specification of that protocol. That would probably be where
that's like
the
the way
payment
that most-
processing is described.
Yeah, because it seems to me like this is a way to say, hey, you need to pay, but I'm wondering if that means everyone who uses this now has to implement their own stuff to actually initiate.
I see. The X402 Pro. I understand the question a bit now. So, like if you wanted to send that sort of like schema, like you want to let them know like, here's what you need to pay, here's how to pay, that's what the X402 protocol is for. So like we followed the X402 protocol's guidelines to actually implement that so we know what to send back to the client. Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah.
It's different team that's implementing it, so
Yeah.
we don't have the full. Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to ask our team and see if they're planning to. Okay. XRP ledger. Probably refunding what's not used. I think that's the next thing that we're still trying to implement, because right now, like I said, it's more of the gift card model, and now we have to figure out a way to actually be able to send back what wasn't used. Yeah, like maybe like in like an escrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that might have been in the note. I don't know exactly like what the implementation notes, if they did say this, but my memory, I do recall something about like an escrow contract for this sort of thing. So that might be the thing, but please don't quote me on that. Yeah. Okay, so we got another reason. Oh, like deploy. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So yeah, the X402 protocol is actually under the license under the Linux Foundation. So it should be open protocol. Anybody can use it and do it. Yeah. It wasn't created by us. We are just using it as any other company would.
Yeah, I don't know if you were asking like about deploying AGI.appfi, but like the AGI.appfi is just something we've created on top of X402, and this is our approach and our solution to how we want to receive agent payments. I don't want to make claims that this is the only way to do it. I'm sure it depends on your business and what you guys need to do. So yeah. Awesome. Well, are there any other questions, or? We have 2 minutes. The clock tells me 2 minutes. I'm happy to give you guys a joke. I was trying to think of like an AI one. I don't know, what is the? No, I'm not gonna say. No, I don't know if it's. Come find me after the talk. I'll give you a special joke.
I'd love to chat afterwards. I think the general idea is that a swarm of agents should be able to go and transactionally scrape the internet, do whatever it is that they want to do, and it's fractions of a cent to do those things over time. So it makes it easy for orchestrating agents to go and do this. We should be.
So I have a question, actually. You all have a web scraping platform, so how often or how complicated is it to scrape, knowing that there's like you all mentioned it briefly, blocking like bots and all of that stuff. Like how has it been trying to build this platform when it comes to stuff like that?
It's a quite complicated topic because it's ever evolving more. When we break into some website that tries to protect itself, they usually come back within a couple of months and figure something new that we have to go around. But surprisingly, a lot of the websites aren't that much protected, and it's actually quite easy in a way to say. But like building the platform itself, that took a lot of years actually to get it working. And it only basically in the previous year and a half, it started really taking off. So
I would also add on to that, like the managing and the ability to scale and have so many tools. I would say the fact that we have so many community creators that are building their own actors and they're incentivized because they're monetizing those. If there is an issue with the actor, the feedback falls on the creator themselves, and they are managing that relationship with the users just as much as we are. So we have tens of thousands of actors, but we're not necessarily in charge of maintaining all of them, which gives us a bit more, a bit less cognitive overhead or overhead of managing all of those. Maybe. I mean, like the LLMs.txt is pretty common, or the like having like .md file extensions on pages has been something I've seen. I don't know exactly like. This could also be because so many sites, like new sites, are being vibe coded that like they're all similar structures, so it makes it easy for.
We're out of time, so.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Oh, we're
All right.
done.
Thank you. We have
Thank
a
you guys.
booth upstairs, so if
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Woo.
Bye-bye.
All right. So stick around. We have another talk happening at 3:15 from Sarah Drasner at Google. We'll see you there. Bye. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, thank you. Good afternoon. I hope y'all are doing well. Today, we've had so many good talks. I am very excited about this one. Who here likes the internet? Yeah, okay, so our next talk is from Sarah Drasner, who has been prolific on the internet for a very long time, building the web and evolutionizing it for this new era. And that is what her talk is about, so I'm going to let her take it away. Please welcome Sarah Drasner.
Okay, well, that was great. I'm gonna. All right, y'all. The web wasn't built for today. It began as a document reader, a modest collection of linked files. It was deterministic, quiet, and profoundly simple. It did exactly one thing. It fetched a document and displayed it. But it was built for collaboration, and it was built for change. First, we had GeoCities, which was a bastion of unbounded creative internet explosion. I mean, come on, this is glorious. We hit peak internet right at the beginning. As our lives migrated online, innovation across every industry suddenly depended on this single unifying vector to scale human invention, connection, creativity, and commerce. A war broke out between user expectations and browser limitations. We didn't just want to read static documents. We wanted to communicate, create, and build. The reason a site called CSS Tricks got popular was because we as developers felt like we were literally tricking the browser into meeting these user expectations, so we adapted. In September 2008, a small team in Denmark shipped V8. I don't think I say this loudly enough. V8 is one of the greatest engineering achievements of the modern era. They took a scripting language written in a week and a half, dynamically typed, wildly permissive, hostile to every optimization technique known to compiler science, and they made it fast. Inline caches, just-in-time compilation. They looked at a language with no types and said, fine, we'll infer them at runtime, we'll guess, and we'll be right so often that it won't even matter. And the second that JavaScript got fast, it unlocked our potential for real applications. Ryan Dahl pulled it out of the browser entirely and called it Node. Other types of real-time collaboration, like docs, where two people could collaborate across the internet on one paragraph and no one lost their work. Figma, a C++ rendering engine compiled to WASM, painting to the GPU inside of a tab. And along the way, the browser became an operating system, which brings us to today. There is more written on the web in this 1 week than any person could read in their lifetime. And the tools that we built to make sense of it didn't scale. So we've built something entirely new, models that reason, act, summarize down. Now we're at another massive inflection point. The web is adapting again. Enter AI, 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 AI. Yeah, I know, every time you hear AI at a conference, if you took a drink, you'd be in the hospital. AI brings a sea change to software development. It's a wave of new opportunities, but also structural considerations, evolutionary shifts, very serious security vectors. And predictably, the internet lost its collective mind. Right now, on one side, you have evangelists saying, AI is magic pixie dust. It's going to upgrade and write all our code, fix all our architecture, make us espresso. And on the other side, you have critics declaring and dismissing it as an expensive, glorified text prediction parlor trick. But when we sit at extremes, we lose our ability to engineer real solutions. What we need right now is a nuanced middle ground. Both extremes are a distraction. AI is a technology, nothing more, nothing less, and we need to treat it like one. Now, this kind of tech can feel like magic, and it doesn't help that we have sparkles and purple everywhere and whatever that is. In our field, magic is an insult. In the English language, it's a compliment. In software engineering, it means, I don't know why this works. It means the framework did something that I couldn't predict. It means when it breaks at 2 a.m., you're worried that you will not be debugging code, you will be debugging a vibe. But AI is not a magic wand, it is a tool. It is software with real costs, opportunities, capabilities, and failure points. To use it safely, we do what we engineers do best. We need to demystify it, weigh its trade-offs, set clear guardrails, and engineer practical solutions. But it's not just the underlying tech, right? We're learning that the collaborative web isn't finished. We used to have 3 parties, the browser, the website, and the end user, and now we have another collaborator. Agents have created what we in security call the trust diamond. We'll also talk about what that means and how to best guide this new partner. The web does not get rewritten, ever. There's no version 2. People are already using AI on the web, so we have to figure out how we evolve with pragmatism. So I use these principles in my work, and I thought I would share them. Be useful to everyday work. Be transformational to agent browsing. Build trust by asking the user whenever it's appropriate. Don't compromise on security. Repurpose or leverage existing web standards. We don't want to litter the whole web with all these new APIs, and we have to be sure that the web evolves. I'm Sarah Drasner. I'm a distinguished engineer at Google, and this is the evolution of the web in the age of AI. So today we're going to do a lot of stuff. I've packed a lot of stuff in here, but we're going to go through it quickly. All right, so we're going to start with how does AI work under the hood, because that's a good base premise. Then we're going to talk about how does the web change in composition. I actually have some really cool data about the entire internet that I'm going to share with you. It's pretty nice. We're going to talk about the security concerns, because that leads us directly into primitives like WebMCP and what those do. And then we're going to talk about what else we're looking at in the future. So let's dive in. Sometimes I do these drawings. They're not built by AI. I just like drawing. So we're going to look at transformers and attention. Okay, so before transformers, models read text like we do, 1 word at a time. This was slow, and it caused models to forget early stages of long pieces of information, otherwise known as vanishing gradient issues. But transformers changed this. They processed the entire sequence all at once, and they created relationships between all elements, and it determined its contextual meaning. This was also more efficient because it could be parallelizable. So you can see how in this process, if you have the word bank, you could see based on the other words if it's a river bank or a bank for money. Transformers also use the concept of attention. This means that each token is a query. It makes a context-aware blend of all of these earlier tokens, and in multi-headed attention, these mechanisms can all run in parallel. So one can focus on grammar, one can focus on semantic relationships, and things like that. So this worked really well, but a little bit too well, because it actually lost the ordering that we talked about earlier, and actually position can be important information too. So we added that back in, and that's in where the words sit in a sequence, and that's called positional encoding. Okay, so I mentioned that query. How many of you know what a lookup table is, by a show of hands? Yeah, a lot of you, great. It's a lot like a lookup table. So when you think about attention as a lookup table, normally we query, we find the value in a key value store. Each word sends out a query looking for relevant context to others. So it compares that query around other keys. Okay, so let's go step by step through this process here very, very quickly. We've got an encoder and a decoder. The encoder takes a raw input sequence, like a sentence, passes it through those layers of attention, and its primary job is to produce a rich, high-dimensional representation of each token. The decoder then generates tokens from what the encoder found in its previous inputs. And you can see here, as the process begins, we have these tokens, and they're translated into token embeddings, which I think about a little like a barcode or something. It's a very unique distinction for each one. So then we have our positional encoding that we just talked about, and we do the multi-headed attention process, and we add a norm along the way. But we haven't yet covered a crucial part. That's the feed-forward network. The feed-forward network just transforms 1 token at a time. So where everything else was getting context, the feed-forward network takes that single token, then it pushes it into a very high dimensional space because it needs all this computation time and it needs to be able to do a lot of transformation, and then it shrinks it back down to its original size. So you can think about, in the attention part, you're gathering information. The feed-forward network is interpreting that information. So also note that each one of these stages in the rectangles can be repeated a lot of times. That's why AI can be so computationally expensive. Okay, we've gotten pretty far. At this point, we have a lot of complex data and we need to make sense of it. And right now, it's in this state where there's like numbers like 3,000 and -200, and it's kind of all over the place. So we have this thing called softmax. That's a probability distribution. What it does is it will take everything, you can imagine an array, and you have all these wildly different numbers. It makes them all sum to 1. And when it makes them all sum to 1, it makes it really clear what's big and what's small. If I have an array that's 0.8, 0.05, 0.03, 0.02, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, 0.8 is the biggest one. And so that allows the AI to go like, that's the one I'm gonna select. And from there, we get our output embedding. Cool. Awesome. So some of the takeaways that I want you to have, and it's going to become present when we talk about security and things like that, are that AI is pretty good at deriving contextual meaning. So you have to be really careful about what context it has. With all this, the computation it requires, token efficiency is crucial. A lot of people know that already, but just kind of a good thing to keep in mind. Positional encoding actually does mean that some amount of ordering matters. If you have large bits of context, then what we see typically is that the AI focuses mainly on the first and the beginning, and it loses a little bit of context in the middle. It can lose up to 30% of context in the middle for large context. So keep that in mind as well. And then finally, when you make a skill, do not hallucinate. This thing does not, that's just another bit of context for it to understand. It's not gonna really help. You can see how that might be in that system. Cool. All right, let's take a look at how the web has changed in composition over the past few years based on AI. Now, a lot of the data that I'm presenting is credit to Annie Sullivan. She's amazing. You should definitely follow her on all platforms. So what we do is we break down the web into 3 major archetypes: apps, which are interactive software; commerce, retail; and content, which is consumable media. So this is what the internet looks like today. These top 1,000 sites are the ones that get the most traffic on the internet. So that's the head, torso, tail is like the smallest sites in the world. And to give you a sense of scale, well, first, it's really important to notice how commerce changes so drastically, more drastically than any other category. But to give you a sense of scale, that purple line, that deep purple line at the top, that's just YouTube. So we also have some data about these vibe coding generators. So this is a new meta category. So things like Lovable, Replit, you can think of them a little like site builders like WordPress, but they're for applications instead of content. Durable is kind of the notable exception. You can see that big red bar at the bottom, that it's really focused on commerce. But unfortunately, vibe coding platforms have worse core web vitals than the rest of the ecosystem. You can see LCP, INP, it scores much lower, nearly 2 times lower than baseline web. React was already very well adopted, but we're seeing a pretty significant rise in React and Next, which of course uses React. A lot of us have noticed this, but the vibe code generators and LLMs, they choose React as a default. And this is even more true with things like Tailwind, which has a huge uplift since AI. And before AI, WordPress and React were at similar levels of adoption. Since AI came into the picture, React is displacing WordPress a little bit. We're seeing the WordPress ecosystem on a slow decline, while React is taking up steam. And here are our big takeaways. There's actually a lot more code being generated, but with far less stacks. So a big pro here is a lack of a fractured ecosystem. We're seeing people congeal around the same things. The con is it can be a little harder for new innovation to break through. But we're going to talk about how we can maybe get around that. We're doing some things already. Generated code is just not as performant. The pro is that we can have skills that work on this, or we can convince these platforms and we can see a massive uptick in this. But the con is that it's overall worse for the web, and so it's something that we really got to think about in terms of our users. Okay, so now let's talk about security concerns in the age of AI. This is what I spend a lot of my time doing lately. It shouldn't surprise anyone at this point that open source software is just getting hammered. And people are looking for bugs, for bounties, for hacking purposes to help more than ever before. This happened in a weekend. This is happening all over the place. Any open source software is being targeted, and closed source software as well. To give you an idea of how many more bugs we're seeing in Chromium, you can take a look at this graphic. That's a lot. Chromium is a huge open source project with over 50 million lines of code, which includes important libraries like V8, Skia, which is graphics. And Chromium isn't just used by Chrome, it's used by Edge and Brave and Opera and Samsung and many, many others. There's a ton of work being done to keep users, developers, and even agents safe, and the web platform really strong. So to do so, we fight fire with fire. We actually have LLMs generating excellent candidate fixes for most vulnerabilities, and that is what has allowed us to stay on top of this. We've broken this process down. After a build process that brings in context, we run a fixing agent that returns multiple candidate fixes. A critic agent then evaluates which one would be the best fit and produces other relevant artifacts for developers to look at. So the fixing and critic agents actually work in a loop that's sort of like a code review process to ensure that the code is compliant to Chrome and Google standards and other style guidelines and other code conventions for like Edge and things like that. Then the test writing agents help write tests for these fixes. The agents ensure tests work across all Chromium supported browsers and platforms. And then a dev reviews the fix, and it saves us weeks of time. Minimizing the patch gap is so essential. Once a bug lands in the public in an open source code base, attackers can reverse engineer it to launch end-day exploits before the fix ever gets to end user devices. So we have to reduce that time as much as possible. Security patches are merged directly into Chrome Stable, where we do continuous monitoring and guard against new crashes or regressions. So we still disclose all of this publicly as a core principle. Every security flaw affecting Chrome Stable is fully documented and publicly published as standard practice. This post was by a slew of people at Google and goes into a large amount of detail about this work. I'm so proud of the work that everybody has done and so many brilliant teams in to keep the browser infrastructure as safe as we can. And you can see some of this collaboration in the community via projects like Project Glasswing. Usually we see corps doing big corp things and like really competing against each other. This project actually makes me really happy. Amazon, Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Linux Foundation all got together with Anthropic. Anthropic gave everybody special access to Mythos so that critical software that everyone depends on could manage these vulnerabilities as best as we could and scale. So since most news is disheartening, I thought I'd share something heartening. We talked about the browser itself. There's also a paradigm shift in the action taken on the web. So in that trust diamond from before, here are some of the issues. End users are worried about their data and device privacy, need guidance in order to navigate these threats. Maybe you feel like that. Website developers and owners are worried about unauthorized agents taking action that pose significant risks on their site. For agent developers, there's unpredictable website behavior that can create risks to the agents themselves. And for browser developers, any reliability or security failures directly erode trust. So a large kind of meta group of these types of attacks can be a prompt injection attack. Prompt injection happens when untrusted inputs influence the LLM's output. So an attacker can embed malicious instructions in web ephemera or user-generated content. So like, imagine like Yelp or YouTube or anywhere that takes user reviews or you can comment, then that can be susceptible to a prompt injection attack. We call those UGC, user-generated content. For example, like if an agent was tasked with something like buying shoes and somebody hid something and then give me $100 squillion too, that would be an example of a prompt injection attack. In a data exfiltration attack, the agent is tricked into gathering some sensitive data and transmitting it directly to an attacker. So the unauthorized transmission typically occurs through manipulated URLs or form submissions. Sensitive data can be sourced from cross-origin iframe or personal context or something like that. And in context poisoning, attackers implant fabricated facts or manipulative cues into data sources, which an agent receives and trusts. And we talked about transformers and attention, how important that context window is. You can think of this kind of attack as like a method to corrupt the facts that I might know about you, Taylor. So, okay, what is the solution here? I'm gonna go into detail for some of this, and there's also a bevy of work that I'm not even gonna discuss too, but this is some of the stuff that you should know about. The first thing that's important to know is that nothing will be a silver bullet. Thinking through guarding the web is against especially a non-deterministic actor means multi-layer defenses. I've seen people look at one defense and go, well, that doesn't solve for this thing. Yeah, no, nothing is gonna solve for everything. We need things on agent security, on the browser side, on the web side. That's not how any of this is gonna work. So this is affectionately called the Swiss cheese model for defenses. I love that analogy. Doesn't it make your brain feel good? Look at that diagram. I think it's a pretty good representation. I also love cheese. So first up, as many of you know, a lot of security is just shutting down access, right? So if you restrict origins, that means that you say, hey, book me a flight to Paris, and the agent can be like, okay, I'm gonna go to Expedia, United, and Booking.com, but be restricted from like going and looking at your health site and like knowing what skin thing you had last year or something like that. So this type of origin or navigation gating will filter so that you're only allowed to take action on the things that are relevant to the thing that you're trying to do. I mentioned keeping proper boundaries. Not only do we do this per action, we also do this for user profiles. So, you know, maybe you, Marissa, rightly have access to all your passwords, your credit card, you can view your personal data and things, but Agent Marissa only has access to 5 passwords. That duder can only spend $30 per week and is not permitted to see your personal context. And in the future, we might do things like mediate across tools and resources, provide sessionless access to sites, and maybe integrate configs from tools and skills so you could particularly say, hey, Agent Marissa, I want you to be able to have this skill in particular. There are also classifiers and critics. So prompt injection classifiers are designed to identify an attacker instruction before it ever lands in the context window. And critics are LLMs that verify that plan. How many of you have used planning mode? Do you know what planning mode is? Yeah, a lot of you. Cool. So you can think of a critic as another LLM that looks at that plan and goes, okay, this is good, this is good. Wait, what are you doing there? And like kind of changes the plan along the way. Finally, never underestimate education. Knowledge is power, right? Some of these defenses are about implementation, and it's crucial that the agent developers and site developers, we all know how to implement them properly. So speaking of, I'm gonna educate about WebMCP. I think it's really important to talk about WebMCP and how it can be handled. I'm an area tech lead for AI for all of Chrome, but I spend a lot of time in the WebMCP space because it's such a crucial part of the agent story for the web. So WebMCP, if you don't know about it, is a new web standard, but it's also more than that. It's a way that humans and agents can collaborate in the web ecosystem. So leveraging this standard, web developers can expose their web application functionality as tools, and these are structured schemas that can be invoked by agents and browser agents and potentially assistive technologies too. Without it, Agents will YOLO all over the DOM and the accessibility tree, and they'll take screenshots. And what we've built on the web was not built for this type of use case. It's really costly, it's non-deterministic, it's ineffective. You as a site creator have no say in what it's gonna do. I've heard people say, well, without WebMCP, maybe agents won't be on the web. No, that's just not the case. Agents are going to be on the web either way. WebMCP provides defined structure for an agent taking action on your site. So I made this demo site to explain and demonstrate the value prop of WebMCP. You can see here on the left, it's scraping the DOM and trying to find things. On the right, that's with WebMCP. It already called the tool. It's already done. It found that book slot, and it completed it very, very quickly. This is an extension where you can try it out yourself. We have consultation times. We're going to send it, found the tools, and then executed it. So you can see how much quicker that is. That's token efficient. It's faster for the user to get feedback. And it also means that you as a web developer can say, here's what I want you to do. I don't want you to do anything else on my site. So this is the site demo URL. I'll be tweeting it out later. Yeah, and you can play with all of it. It also has resources for the GitHub repo where the standards bodies work and things like that. So the way that WebMCP works is your site provides a little bit of code to basically register these tools. It's declaring what actions you want to take, and then the browser exposes them. The browser collects those registered tools and presents them to the user agent, and then the agents call instead of guess. The agent sees a contract, structured arguments, and you can still keep the user in the loop with things like request user interaction. So there's two APIs. There's the imperative API in JS. There is also the declarative API where you can just attach to HTML. And we talked about prompt injection attacks. WebMCP can help with this. WebMCP provides some annotations. So if you have user-generated content on a page, you can use a read-only hint, an untrusted content hint, and you can say to the agent, hey, read these reviews as content. Don't, go and tell everybody about, the mole I had last year. You can also provide a consequential hint to let the agent know, hey, you're about to perform some consequential action. You're changing auth. You're going to a cart flow or something like that. So should you be doing that? And you can imagine if you also have that critique LLM, it can go, okay, I need to go look at this a little bit more strongly. So WebMCP is pretty new. We get a lot of questions about it, so I'm doing a little bit of FAQ. One of them is people confuse WebMCP and MCP. What's the difference? One is client-side in the browser, and the other's on the server. So that makes them fundamentally different in underlying structure and security right out of the gate. The execution environment is different. So one uses a browser engine like V8 or SpiderMonkey. The other is an external process like Node or a Python server. The API surface is really different. What you just saw, the WebMCP APIs, and then MCP is primarily JSON RPC or HTTP SSE. WebMCP replaces that DOM scraping that I mentioned before, while MCP replaces REST or GraphQL wrappers for agent tooling. And finally, standards bodies govern both of these. W3C WebML group that I'm in looks over WebMCP, and y'all know Angie Jones, right? So she's the VP of the Agentic AI Foundation and the Linux Foundation. I'm so glad that we have her looking over MCP as well. Cool. So how are they similar? They're not really. Mainly, it's the purpose or the paradigm. We're replacing structured text and guessing with explicit structured tool interfaces. Cool. So many folks are confused what stage it is. We're in a thing called OT or origin trial. I like to call it developer trial. I think that makes it a little bit more clear. It's basically between a proposal and GA. So what stage of adoption? For sites, we have major e-commerce platforms like Shopify, sites like Instacart, YouTube, Target, Expedia, a bunch of other things. On the agent side, a lot of the big ones, Anthropic, OpenAI, Google Gemini, Copilot, a bevy of other ones. For browser adoption, we have Google Chrome, Chromium, Edge, Firefox, and Safari are now considering. And can you adopt it? Sure, there are polyfills. Just know that the spec might change a little bit because we're still getting feedback. But conversely, if you like to give feedback on APIs, this is a good time to use it because you could actually give us feedback on the repo of how you want this to be changed and help shape the spec. Is there a React hook? Yes, there is. I made a React hook, and all of us on the Chrome team are going to keep it up to date with the specs, so you don't have to do anything. You can already use it today, and we're going to keep it up to date. I'm going to make a Vue one soon, too. Cool. Finally, there's this great UX researcher called Amkar Moore that I work with. He's been doing deep dives into agent and site interaction. Here are some of the things that he's found. Over 50% of users want quick in-chat error correction. If an agent makes a mistake, there should be tools exposed for error states and undo functionality. So if you're going to adopt WebMCP, don't forget those error states. That happens sometimes. We want graceful fallbacks too. We also don't want to show them every click and scroll. We need to amplify signals that matter. If you ever worked with Claude and you at first had the auto mode on and then eventually you could kind of accept all of the edits, you only want to be interrupted when it's really important to you. Too many user permissions and people start bypassing the whole thing, which is way worse. So you want things to be less cognitively interrupting and cognitively settling. So finally, when consequential tasks are executed, 78% of users from the recent studies showed that they want some sort of record and observability. So when you're exposing those tools, don't forget observability for the user. Make sure that they can go back phases and things are reversible. And observability is just as important, if not way more so, in the age of agents. Okay, we did a lot. Now let's talk about what we're doing for the future and wrap up. Last ones, spotlighting. Think back to those context windows. This is a structural delimitation and encoding of untrusted content to encourage planner LLMs to treat the content as data rather than instructions. Think of it as like an LLM sees all of this context, right? One bit of context basically has a spotlight on it. That one's the most important bit, and all the rest is like grayed out information. So even though you might have a big context window, it's telling it, the LLM, this is the part I really need you to focus on. There's actually a really great research paper on this too, if like me, you like reading research papers on planes and things. But innovation doesn't have to mean net new things. We leverage older standards as well. We don't want to litter the web with all these new APIs and things. We want to evolve what we have so we can account for these agent actors. So we're thinking about how permission models might change for things like iframes. We are also thinking about like maybe we have trusted content for UGC that we just talked about, that user-generated content. Most importantly for links. We don't have something for links today. That's a really important one. The internet is very cool because of links, and we want to keep those safe. Finally, we talked about how currently LLMs get stuck on old training data because it can't break out of specific technologies. The web has been built from a corpus of old data on how people use the web, and so when you're using your agent, sometimes it's defaulting into those older paradigms, but we want you using the most modern web guidance. So there's actually a skill called modern web guidance. This is a skill that helps the agent break out of clunky old implementations and be very cutting edge. So this was created in partnership between Chrome and a lot of industry experts. If you know people like Leah Veru, she helped a lot with this. This is one example of how we can all work in open source together to make LLMs better. It doesn't necessarily have to be this project. We were talking about making better web performance and things like that from those site builders. We can use skills to help the LLMs update and break out of old conventions. Y'all have been great. Okay, so let's close it up. Here are the principles I mentioned before. We want to be useful to everyday work. We want to transform the web for agent browsing. We want to build trust by asking when appropriate. We never want to compromise on security. We want to repurpose or leverage existing web standards, and we want to make sure the web evolves. Okay, I lied. I put one of these purple glowy images in. We have always evolved the web to new capabilities. AI gives us an opportunity to be much more productive. As developers of the web ecosystem, with great power comes great responsibility It has to. We will evolve the open web to be deeply considering this technology. Thank you.
Bravo, that was amazing. I liked that you had Spider-Man at the end because Spider-Man's a web developer. Okay, so we are closing out this portion of the event. Come back here at 5 p.m. for a final keynote with Kelsey Hightower and Justin Samuels. But until then, explore the expo, see the sun, and get out of this air conditioning. We'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello. How has your day been? Good? Good. Great. I'm glad to hear it. So I wanted to bring up two things. First of all, when you see QR codes on the side, make sure you scan those with your app so you can get your points, so you can get cool merch. But secondly, I wanted to talk about a policy that Render has that I think is a very good one and something that we're going to talk about very seriously, which is, did you know that you cannot speak at Render more than 3 times? It's something that I think is a very good policy because once you speak at Render 3 times, you're probably a fairly seasoned speaker. And it's really important for our communities and our conferences to raise up the people who are newer at speaking, who are newer in the industry, to be able to pay it forward and make a rising tide lift all boats. That being said, our keynote speaker earlier, Kelsey Hightower, this is his 3rd time speaking. And so please welcome Kelsey for Kelsey's graduation day.
I'm old now. I'm old now, so I'm gonna have to sit down. So this is my 3rd year at Render, but it is a very special year for me. A couple years ago, I was retiring from the tech game, and honestly, people ask me so much, like, I thought you was retired, why are you still on LinkedIn? And I have to tell people I'm retired, not tired. And so there's a lot that goes into everyday life. And one of the biggest, most proudest things that happened this year, my daughter, who's 19 years old, graduated this year. From college. And so I remember going to the graduation. We're in the stadium at University of Washington, and she got her degree. And I was like, let me see the degree. And as someone that paid the tuition, I flipped it around. I was looking for a receipt. Like, what's in it for the parents? And then my wife, the planner that she is, she was like, hey, you got to get dressed for the graduation party. And y'all know my wardrobe. It's just jeans and T-shirt. And she, won't she do it? And she said, hey, you only got 3 minutes at the graduation party. And luckily for y'all, I got about 12. And I was preparing for this talk. You create the speaker notes. And in my speaker notes, I said, what am I going to tell them? Just like when I was planning for your graduation, what am I going to tell her? And on my speaker notes for today, it says everything. I want to tell y'all everything. Anyone that makes it this far in the game, that's what we owe the next generation. We owe y'all everything. And what I also learned from doing this is whatever we did isn't necessarily the golden path. It may not even be good advice. All it is what worked for us. And so at the graduation, I remember sitting there with the one sports coat that I own. And I wanted to give you a word of advice. I've never gone to college, but she did. And I remember the amount of stress that she put on herself, that how much your GPA matters, how much graduation matters to everyone. And if you've ever been in the game, people are constantly asking you, so what are you doing when you graduate? And if you're 19, you just want to tell them, be a kid. And when I retired, people kept asking me the same thing, what are you going to do when you retire? I said, spend my whole life working, give me time to learn to live. And so I'm up there in front of friends and family, and I wanted to give her this graduation speech, and I also wanted to instill a little confidence in her. And she had her robe on, and I'm just smiling and as impressed as a father could be. And I told her that when she was born, they gave us a piece of paper. It's a birth certificate. And the birth certificate doesn't define you. It's just a documentation documenting your birth. And everything you do after that is on you. And it's just a piece of paper. It's not who you are. And the degree is no different. When you graduate from college, it's just a piece of paper. It doesn't define who you are. Those job titles, the promotions, the companies, the roles that HR give you, it doesn't define who you are. It's just a piece of paper. And I want people not to live their life, and I never wanted you to limit yourself by any of that. Don't make me choke up. I was ready for this too. The next piece of advice I told her, the material things, the piece of papers don't define us. You gotta be careful with the language you use. When you get that first job, don't call nobody your boss. Ain't nobody your boss. They're your manager. You're there to perform a task, you're a professional, but they're not the boss of you. They don't decide your whole life. They don't decide your whole being. Most managers never made it past the junior human. Yeah, they're a distinguished engineer or senior engineer, but they're a junior human. They have no guidance for the rest of your life. Therefore, you shouldn't give it to them. Nobody's your boss. They're your manager. In a good relationship, they will manage you and give you guidance on your work. But that's it, and the word mattered because the way you think about yourself, you force people to treat you the way you're supposed to be treated. So when you walk around and say, my boss said, what do you think your boss thinks? Don't give no one that kind of power. They don't deserve it. And if you're a real manager, you won't let no one call you a boss. So if you're in here and you catch a direct report calling you a boss, please correct them swiftly. I'm your manager. My goal is to look after your well-being at work. And it's a privilege to work with you if you truly care. The other thing I talked about was saving your money, because that's where the freedom comes from. In the capitalist society that we live in, it's just the honest reality. What you do with your money matters. And I always have this saying I have is, when I was starting to make a lot of money, and people were like, hey, why won't you buy a nice watch? So I'm not working this hard to buy a nice watch. I'm working this hard so I don't need one. That's what that does. It's freedom. And when you get that freedom, you start recalibrating things. And I used to say these things like, I love my job. And it took me a long time to understand that I was lying. And the truth is, I learned to love my job. I learned to deal with the situation I had. I needed to work to get paid. That's okay, nothing wrong with that. But I tried to learn to love the only thing that I knew. I put all of my time into the job. And for you starting out, that might be the right thing to do. You gotta earn those skills, you gotta earn your stripes, you gotta put in those extra weekends. You gotta get to that particular place, but you ain't gotta lie to yourself. You can learn to love your life. You can learn to use the words like love. Someone asked me a question the other night, we did this meetup. What would your advice be to people looking to go to the next level in their career? And I said, you should learn to love yourself. Because it's not satisfying just to be a Linux system administrator level 2. That's not gonna be satisfactory outside of all of this. There's some more advice that I have for you now that I have more than 3 minutes. It's gonna get tough when you get into this game. It's a high pressure game. It feels like it's always changing, never ending. In the software world, we actually work in a field where it's never finished. If you're building a building, when you're done, you step back and we give it an address and it's complete. Sure, we'll need maintenance, but software don't work that way. It's ever evolving. It can get tiresome. And I pick up the phone for people in our community, regardless of color, regardless of background, I answer the phone. I've matured enough that I don't even check for their job titles no more. And you should never do that. Treat them all like they're important and special, and they might just do the same. And I remember a guy called me. He was frustrated. Mid-career, all the skills, the time. And when I talk to people like that, I've humbled myself that there's nothing profound I'm going to tell this person that has been doing the exact same thing I've been doing for almost the same amount of time. And so for that person, he asked me about the tech game, and I can tell he just wasn't feeling it. He was a director of one of them fancy titles that you put on LinkedIn. You get this promotion and you let everybody know, and I hate y'all that do this. This is my last day at company X, ... Y'all know the next sentence is below the fold, so I gotta waste my time and click. And maybe I don't like you, hoping you got fired or something. And then I click, and you're like, I'm gonna start at the exact same company as the senior director. I'm like, oh, God damn it, just say you got promoted. There's no need for all of that. And so I'm sitting with him on this call, and I told him, he's telling me about the job, and I can just tell that he's bored. There's burnout and there's boredism. And when you're bored, it feels like torture coming to work every day pretending like any of this matter. There's this thing we call the stand-up. It's one of the most boring things in the world, all this agile stuff. You'll learn all this later. But I'm gonna tell you what it looks like. You come into the same company you've been at for 3-4 years now, and they have this person. I don't know why they wear this belt like they're doing karate, like they're these professionals. And they get into this circle, right? And it's Thursday. And they go in this circle and they ask everybody, what are you working on today? And you hear people saying stuff that you probably know isn't true. And we nod and keep going because we only have 3 minutes, because that's what's in the Agile Manifesto, and we shall not deviate. And when it gets to you, it's Thursday. Khalees, what are you working on today? Now in your mind, if your money right, what you want to say is, the same shit I was working on yesterday. But you can't say it because you need your money. And so you graciously say, JIRA ticket 356. That's worth 8 story points. Trust me, it will all make sense later. And I told him, I said, hey, what do you like to do? And I don't want to hear about tech this time. And he started talking about coaching the kids and how he brings the World Cup playbook to his kids that he coached. He feels responsible for them. He gets excited when they win. He gets excited when they lose. Why? Because he's the coach. He knows that they can get better. He's seen what better looks like. He's seen the joy that a kid gets when they understand that they don't all have to run into the same ball and they spread out for the first time and they score an actual goal. And he was so excited by this. I said, hey, won't you be the coach at work? Go to HR. Nobody likes the new hires. So when you get hired and they start treating you weird, just know it's normal. Go get all the new hires. Take them under your wing and coach them and believe in them and give them that shot at the goal. Give them the strategy that no one else would. See them improve, and his eyes lit up in real time. The dope part about the story, him and his wife were out and about, and she saw me. Didn't recognize her, but she recognized me because we were on a damn call for about 1.5 hours. And she said, whatever you told him, thank you. He's a different person. And when you let work get to you, it can affect your family. It can affect your friends. You gotta put a safeguard there. And it's really important you understand the difference between the two. And there are things that make you happy that are not work. Don't let them take it away from you. Even for that promotion, play the game, but don't let them take it away from you. And what I learned from all of this time is that if you're out here mentoring people, this is not a marathon. The goal isn't to run as long as you can. That's a myth. This is a relay race. You're supposed to run as hard as you can and pass the baton at full speed, so when the other person gets it, they can take off with a running start. And you changed some things about me. I remember when I was talking about passing down money to you and inheritance, and I'm thinking I know everything there is about finance because I think I made it. And you sat with me. You said, Dad, hopefully you're 90 when all of this happens. And I don't want to be 70 years old waiting for an inheritance. And I had it wrong. And so I decided to invest in her now. Pay for the college, buy that car, invest in those dreams, put money in that cooking class, buy those books. You deserve it and they deserve it. And to my surprise, and it shouldn't have been a surprise, you took that ball and you ran with it. And you taught me how to actually invest. So I want to thank you for that. And now what I've learned when I'm talking to people, I don't know everything. It's just the things that I tried. It's the things that work for me. And when I share these things, it's not for you to copy, maybe it's for you to study. 1 hour ago, a young guy walked up to me and I was so impressed. He said, Kelsey, I've been studying your philosophy. And I knew I had finally made it. What I've learned about this mentoring thing is I don't need to mentor anyone to be like me. My only goal at this point is to take the mirror and turn it around and make you like what you see. Thank y'all.
Well, I am inspired. I don't know about y'all. That was amazing. Okay, we have the final talk of the night before it gets into all the festivities and all the fun evening activities. Please welcome the Zillow group. They're going to be talking about AI and all the cool things that they are doing. And remember, scan that QR code.
Okay. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Y'all can hear me? No, still not, you can't, I can hear myself. What do you mean you can't hear me? Come on. Oh, man, so I'm so glad to be here with you all. So glad that we have this opportunity to have this conversation. Hi, I'm Anthony D. Mays. I am now at Zillow Group. I've been here since January and I am loving it, and we're here to have a conversation about like how you might be able to love it too. So I'm so glad to have our distinguished panelists here. I've got Zahara here, I've got Manju, and I've got Roz. And you know, instead of me like giving y'all your introductions and whatnot, I want you to introduce yourself, but here's how I want you to do it. So I want you to share with the audience the last safe thing that you asked AI to help you do or learn. Zahara, how about you get us kicked off?
Hi everyone, Zahara Washington, really excited to be here. This is my first render. So, woo, yeah. I've heard so many amazing things, so excited to be a part of it. Then last, what did they call it? Suitable for work, right?
Safe for work, yeah.
Safe for work.
Yeah.
My mother, unfortunately, was recently diagnosed with cervical cancer. And there were a lot of new terms and emotions that she was processing. And so I've used AI recently to play back some of the things that I heard and just get an objective second opinion or sharper questions to ask her doctors so that I can be a great advocate for her. So that's my answer.
Yeah, that's what's up. I mean, what y'all think? Like that's a dope use of technology right there. I appreciate that. Manju, how about you?
Hi, I'm Manju. I'm a principal scientist at Zillow. I've been at Zillow for 5 years. I got my PhD in AI, in computer vision. And before Zillow, I worked for iRobot, it's a robotics company. We built the Roomba. The last thing I did with AI, recently we had a ceremony for my daughters, and my wife was all stressing out about are the clothes the right color? Do they match? Does it match the background? And we thought AI is the perfect thing to use here. So took all the guesswork out of it, uploaded pictures of my daughters, the dresses, and the background, and we knew what we were going to get in the end. So it's great.
Yeah, I love it. So party planning, that's it.
Yeah.
Roz.
Hi, everybody. I'm Roz Harris, Vice President of Talent at Zillow Group. This is my 5th render. And I keep saying I'm not coming back next year, but I keep coming back every single year. And the last thing and I don't recommend this to the parents in the room, is back to school time. I got my babies going to kindergarten, so I was getting all in my feelings. And one night I was just deep in just ridiculousness, wasting water. And I asked ChatGPT to show me what my boys would look like 15 years from now.
Oh my gosh.
I showed a few team members a picture. I'll show you later.
Oh no.
I was
Were you happy?
weeping. I was literally crying because it really looked like them. So now I'm kind of saving those photos to see if they grow up to turn into that.
I love it. I love it. And by the way, I should mention, at Zillow, I'm a principal software engineer. I got to remember my title. Principal software engineer working in agentic experience. So our team owns the front end for Zillow AI mode. So that's what we get to do. Last thing I searched was, let's say I'm negotiating contracts with contractors to get an ADU built at my house. So I don't know nothing about ADUs, I don't know nothing about building stuff, but I know something that does. And wanted to get some insight, because you know how it is nowadays, you gotta be an expert in everything so that people don't get over on you. So that's where it is. Okay, so I'm gonna jump into these questions in earnest, and I think the first question I wanna ask, I've actually got for you, Roz. Okay. So a year ago, I was working for myself, running my own business, and I see all this AI stuff, and I'm like freaking out. I'm like, am I getting replaced? Like, I've been in this game for like almost 25 years. Am I about to be replaced by a robot? Like, what's up? And I'm out looking for opportunities, and I come across the stuff that's happening at Zillow, and I'm just like, okay, this is cool. I get the job, thank God. And, I'm just like, am I like the last wave of folks that gets to become a software engineer and do the traditional stuff? So I guess the question that I have for you is, with all this AI stuff going on, what does that mean for folks who want to have careers at Zillow?
That's a great question. First of all, nobody can replace Anthony. No robot can replace Anthony. I think this is a question, and whether you're an engineer or a product manager or a designer, you've heard it in some iteration, right? Will AI replace me? And you've heard this cliche of AI will not replace you, but the designer who knows AI will, or the product manager who knows AI will. Yeah. I think the real answer is there's still a lot that we don't know. But the reality is we're so far away from the matrix, we're so far away from technology actually doing these things. Yeah. But where we are, and a lot of us are missing the opportunity, is we're missing the opportunity to augment ourselves with AI. I've been in talent acquisition for 20 years. I've been doing the same job, and I did it with white pages, I did it with the introduction of LinkedIn, I did it with the introduction of automated scheduling, shout out to Calendly, Atlanta-based company. All of these advancements in technology made my job easier. So when AI came on the scene, or out of the basement, I should say, because Manju would argue AI's been here a long time. But when AI became more available to everybody, I started to realize and to start figuring out, from what I do, how could AI help me? AI becomes a thought partner to me. AI becomes an automation partner to me. It becomes an assistant in ways to help me follow up. So whatever your role is or your job is, you really should be looking at AI as an elevation of your existing skill set. You still are the subject matter expert. You still are the strategic advisor, the decision maker, the person who's ultimately held responsible for whatever outcomes. And you should be using AI as a tool. It should be a tool in every single human being's tool belt on this planet, whether you're a chef or a designer.
Right, 100%. No, I am so on board with that, and that has been my personal experience too, especially working at Zillow, is just being able to have the agency, right, to do the things I need to do, and the unique expression that Anthony D. Mays brings to the work doesn't disappear. And so I was very encouraged, like getting to Zillow and experiencing that for myself and feeling like, okay, no, the robots ain't beating me yet. Like I still got 25 years of value that I can bring to the organization. So that's dope. Manju, I want to switch to you real quick because everybody's adopting AI and trying to do stuff with it, sure. And of course, the first expression of that for a lot of organizations is chatbot, right? Like everybody's got to have a chatbot. So now like that is the ground floor experience, right, for companies who are committed to AI. So I guess my question for you is, and I've got some thoughts on this too, but what do you see Zillow doing that goes beyond just wall of text in a chatbot?
Yeah. So just to follow up on what Ross said, AI is helping us do things that we were doing earlier much more effectively, but it's also opening up new things that we never thought were possible. 2 years ago, things that my team is building now, we didn't think were possible 2 years ago, including what you're talking about, chat-based experiences. Right now, when somebody comes to buy a home at Zillow, they can use an AI mode. They can interact with us like they were talking to a human, but I'm sure the experience is not as good as it can be in the coming years. So there's a lot to be done in making that experience better. One example of that is we as humans, we take in a lot of different sources of information when we make decisions and when we like something. Same is true about buying a home. We look at media. We know so much about a home by just looking at the images.
Yeah.
AI is not there yet. So this multimodal, what we call in AI as a multimodal inference, is one big aspect of what's coming up next. We want to use all the sources of information available to us. We want to develop newer AI that can benefit from all that information so that our customer gets to understand the home that they're going to buy in a different light.
Yeah, okay, I definitely feel that. And one of the reasons why so first things first, like, I think we had talked before about the fact that you work in computer vision and all this other stuff, and I was just, it had blown my mind that like, oh, Zillow needs computer vision? Like, that's the thing that y'all do? And it's like, no, of course, it makes perfect sense. The home buying journey is a very visual one, right? And I've had some experiences myself with working on my team. Like, we're starting to explore, I got permission from my boss to mention this, so don't blast me up, but how to take the wall of text and make that more visual. Like, I've been front end for pretty much all my life, right? And when I see wall of text, I'm like, but how do we deliver user experiences that are more visually rooted, right? And generative UX is one of those big frontiers that companies are figuring out. And like, one of the reasons why I love working at Zillow is I get to work on that problem for the company, right? And move the needle there. And then to know that, and don't get on me, y'all, because I learned this, I had to know this number for the interview, but 235 million monthly visitors, right? Yeah. 235 million. I didn't think about the fact that Zillow was serving that many people, right? Regardless of the fact that like every time I go on vacation, I'm visiting a place I like, I'm like, how much does this house cost? You on the way to the airport, it's just, how much does this one cost? Always go to Zillow for that, right? So it's part of that core experience. But I mean, the idea of being able to, at Zillow, think that way and that forward looking and just to imagine like what the home buying experience could be for people is mind blowing. It's something that's really valuable for me, especially and how many of you have like ever tried to buy a house or bought a house? Any hands? Right, it was the easiest thing you ever did in life, right? No, right, it's insanely hard still, right?
Well, I think that's another area where we're focusing in terms of the agent and how agents, real estate agents, that's what I mean when I speak about agent.
Thank you.
Not
Thank you
AI
for clarifying
agent.
that, because I've been confused with myself. I'm just like, which agents are you talking about?
Lots of different agents these days, but I run a segment of our for sale business where we actually use AI to empower agents to be able to be more present and use high judgment to advise their clients on what to buy, how to submit competitive offers, to steer them around the questions that they should be asking or getting under before they make one of the biggest financial decisions of their lives. And so I know one of the key reasons I was so excited about coming here was also working in a place that was investing in industry that is so high judgment, so relationship based, and using technology to help them be better. And so we're definitely seeing that show up in our agent software products as well.
Okay, all right. Hold up, real quick. How long have you been at Zillow?
A little under 2 years.
Okay, a little under 2 years. Okay, and where did you come from?
I've worked in several companies. Some of you may have heard of Expedia Group most recently. Uber, I've been an entrepreneur myself, so really love the space of building marketplaces from a B2B2C perspective.
Okay, all right, so the reason why I asked that is because, first of all, like, you're doing the thing, right? Like, I always loved like being able to come to Render and see folks like you just like doing a thing at this level. And I guess the question I have for you is, why here? Like, why working on the stuff, like you could have been anywhere, right? Like you could have had the pick of the litter and you
I love that. I got to keep that. You can say that into my recorder. I can play it back to myself later. Right. But I understand your point. I think one of the through lines that's not as clear from my career is I'm always looking for opportunity to work in companies that are chasing something big that has never been done before that's also mission oriented. And so for me, that's the secret sauce. And so if you can go back to, how many of you guys have ever driven an Uber? Let's just see, hand in hands, right? So like, probably the whole room has at least had one experience. I was at Uber in 2013 when it was illegal to get into someone's car to go, right? From here to, down to, Peachtree or Buckhead or wherever you want to go. And being able to live an experience like that, to see something that people actively regulate to prevent, to actually seeing it now become as ubiquitous as taxi cabs or buses, is something that I think is a unique lived experience. And I think particularly within real estate, we're in one of those moments where the real estate process is very fragmented. It's gate kept. There are lots of pieces of information, yes, but it's a high judgment decision, but also the mission-driven point. Home buying, home ownership is one of the single most effective ways to build intergenerational wealth. And that's something that's really important to me, particularly, as a African-American woman. It's something that you mentioned, buying multi-units and ADUs, something that's been a key part of how I've also built wealth in my family. And so to be able to work on something that's mission-oriented, that makes it easier, more accessible for people to get home, and to do that with a trusted advisor is really empowering work, particularly in a market where there's so many ways that AI is being applied that's destructive versus like a force multiplier and helping people achieve their life goals. So to me, there was a lot that clicked in that. Had a great recruiter, and so all the things aligned.
Yeah, no, that really resonates with me for several reasons. Not the least of which is I'm from Compton, right? Like if y'all couldn't tell. And so I grew up learning about stuff like redlining from my parents.
Absolutely.
Right? And if you know anything about the history of Compton, you know that like the big deals and issues about like who could move into the neighborhood and who couldn't. And then you add to that the fact that like I grew up a foster kid, right? So home had even more special and unique meaning for me as I thought about that. So when you're talking about generational wealth and you're talking about like what it means to own something in America, home ownership for me was that big representation of that. And I remember my wife and I just agreeing early on in our relationship about the importance of that. And, so living through all that and seeing that, I come to Zillow, with that experience, with that insight and like caring about that mission of like, how do I help other people find home? How do I and it's always meant something deeply to me. It's something that still means something so deeply to like my mother. When I went through the Zillow interview process, my father had just passed away. And I remember reflecting deeply on like everything that he'd invested in making sure that my mother had a home and something that she could call her own, right? Like all of that stuff was tied in. So important. And I think that that's one of the reasons why, when I made it through the process and I got to Zillow, I felt like I was in the right place. And I continue to feel like this is a place that I can call home from the perspective of like I'm doing work that's meaningful and driven by a mission that I personally care about. And I think having the privilege of being able to do that is something that continues to pay dividends for me personally. So thank you so much for sharing that and being vulnerable in that way. I want to pivot a little bit because of course there's tons of things that we could talk about, but Roz, I want to come back to you. And by the way, I did not set this up like this intentionally. It just happened that, whatever. But Roz,
You just get it what you do.
yeah, it just works out. Fully remote, right? I don't know how many of you know that Zillow is fully remote? Okay, how many of you knew that? Oh, okay, yeah, so Zillow is fully remote, right? And so there was this thing that in orientation, they were talking about this Cloud HQ. So I was just like, another little buzzword for some stuff. But Cloud HQ actually turns out to be a pretty big deal for Zillow. Can you talk a little bit about what that is and why it's more than just a buzzword?
Yeah, definitely not a buzzword, definitely a big deal. But I'm gonna answer your question, but I gotta say, when I was watching you and Zahara go back and forth, I was just beaming with pride as a talent acquisition leader, because we recruited both of those. My team brought both of them to Zillow, and that's a big deal. Zahara is way too humble. I need to get you need like the angry interpreter, someone who just gives you your accolades. She talked about her time at Uber like she just worked there. She built that whole East Coast region herself. Like that entire go-to-market strategy is Zahara. Like you would not be catching an Uber in DC or New York without Zahara. So let's not make that feel like it's a small thing, honey. But I love your humbleness. Don't worry, I'm gonna hype you up. So let me talk about Cloud HQ a little bit because it's an interesting and a unique situation. And we use the word remote, and I want to be clear that you are not remote when you work at Zillow. We are distributed across the country and the globe and other places. We're in also Bangalore, and we have people in Mexico City and Canada and Munich, and so we're distributed, but we do come together quite often. And depending on what team you're on, how often you come in is totally based around the needs. And so the reason we went to that strategy, like most companies, was what? The pandemic. Pandemic happened, and we were like, we got to figure out how to get work done. And during that pandemic, work still got done. Work actually got done better in ways than it was done previously. And unlike some of our peer companies, we decided, okay, how do we double down and make this more effective for everyone? How do we make it work? How do we create a culture where you can be distributed, but you still have engagement, and you still have growth, and you still have resources? And we have invested a ton in the last 5 years on how we make this work. So our tagline is, you work from wherever you're best supported, wherever you're most comfortable. And I personally, as a talent leader, love this because I thought it was always a huge flaw of the tech company. In order to have the career, you had to move to Silicon Valley. You had to leave where you were most comfortable. And I remember being at Uber, and we would host these roundtables, and whenever we would get the folks from this region, especially the African-American males, the first question they'd all be asking was, hey, where can I get a haircut? Is there a good barber around here? And it was such a different cultural landscape that a lot of people would move to the Bay Area, and within 2 to 3 years, they were ready to go back home because they just couldn't handle it. I personally was one of those folks. I suffered in San Jose, California. So what do? Instead of trying to pull talent from where they're most comfortable, from where they have community, from where they have support, from where they have resources, we are going to push access and opportunity to you. So if you're someone who is comfortable working in a distributed environment, you are able to communicate through telecommunication tools, Slack, Teams, Google Docs, you're comfortable in that environment, you should really consider an opportunity at Zillow. It's been a game changer, and I just relocated from Seattle back to my home state of Mississippi, and what really shocked me was I'm in rural America, by the way. I'm in like small town. We got a Walmart and a Kroger. There is no Whole Foods, there is no Costco. That's all we got. But what tripped me out was when we started to look on Slack to see who was there, I found 6 other employees in like a 7-mile radius.
Wow.
There's an engineer who lives in Horn Lake, Mississippi. We've got a product manager in South Haven, Mississippi. And now we've kind of created some community. And so that's what Cloud HQ is. It's not just where we work, it's also how we work.
Yeah. No, the thing about Cloud HQ and how Zillow does it is, I actually, when I was looking at places to work, I was kind of like ambivalent about the whole, completely remote. Because I like to, like, hit me. I don't care who you are. Like, I'm coming at you like that. And I've always valued throughout my career being able to see people at the water cooler and at the lunch table and all of a sudden and build those relationships because I don't want to be easily replaceable. Like I want you to be like, yeah, I saw him for lunch last week. We can't give him a little more time. So I don't want to see his sad face, so I got to tell him he's gone. But it's stuff like that I've always valued, and I was concerned, especially coming out of the pandemic, like I can be a social butterfly and all of a sudden, and I like to be around people, and I was like, would I be able to see my team enough? Would I be able to interact with them and learn about their styles and so forth and so on? And I found that, for me personally, Zillow's done a good job of like, oh, you want to have an opportunity to meet with like everybody in your org? We have, these retreats and stuff where you can go and travel and see people and interact with them and work with them in person. I was like, okay, that's cool. And then, there's on our team, we have like a weekly game thing, we can come together, or bi-weekly game thing where we can come together and do that stuff. And so, I feel like I've been able to forge good relationships with my coworkers and colleagues, and I feel like I've been even more connected with folks like in my organization than even, this same amount of time when I was working at Google.
Yeah.
And I think it's because of the intentional way that Zillow has built infrastructure to support that kind of interaction. And so,
Anthony, I'll actually piggyback a little bit more on that because you're unique. You're unique in the sense of, to be as good as an engineer as you are, you're also extremely social. I don't know how we got that in one package. No shade, engineers, no shade. I've only met 2 gentlemen like that. But the thing is, a lot of folks who were really good at their work didn't really have that social capital in the workplace. They didn't want to do the water cooler talk. And a lot of those folks missed out on opportunities because of that. What Cloud HQ also allows, the work speaks first.
Right.
The work is the first thing that people learn about you. It's not, what football team you like, or did I have a beer with Tony last night, or does he know my dog's name? The work actually speaks first at Zillow. And so once the work is good, then it's like, oh, who did this? Oh, this is Anthony? I want to get to know Anthony a little bit more. And so I really appreciate that because what it's done is it's unlocked a lot of individuals who we would have never known, or we would have never understood the way that we do now because there is no water cooler,
Right.
right? We have opportunity to engage. We have Z retreats, we have city connections, we have conferences that we go to. So there's a lot of ways to interact, but on a day-to-day basis, it's your work that leads forward. And I absolutely love that.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that's a great point. If I can pile on, I think, you probably all remember that newscaster during COVID who had this little kid like walk in the middle and he was like trying to shut the door and the nanny came. I think one of the things that Cloud HQ actually helped is that there's no mask, right? Because whatever's happening within the environment you're working in. And so that leads to, I think, deeper relationships are more contextual, right? Because it's within your space, right? And so I think that leads to not only, yes, the work leading, but also the understanding of the person. I know we've won various awards for being one of the best company for parents. And I think when you, in other companies, I would say they're probably like a work me and then like another me. And I definitely feel much more of an integration naturally, I think, up and down the leadership stack as a result of how we work.
I second all of that. I'm going to tell a quick funny story about having your kids at home while you're working. Summertime. The summertime is rough for us distributed work folks. Let me just tell you now, do not work remote if you think you don't have childcare, because it is not the best. So my kids were home for the summer, and my 5-year-old has autism, and you just never know what stem he's going to pick up on, what phrase is going to catch him. All summer long, he's been running around saying, "We can't hear you, you're on mute. We can't hear you, you're on mute." I'm like, thanks, Remington. That happens working from home as well.
Oh, wow, that's so well. Okay, so like, Manu, you've been kind of quiet over there. Like, what's going on with you and remote work and all this other stuff?
Yeah, I was gonna.
We're talking too much.
I'm enjoying listening to you guys, so no complaints there. So talking about remote work, I live close to the Irvine office, but I can count.
Hey, that's what's up. Hey.
Yep. I've been at Zillow 5 years. I've probably gone to the office 3 times. Not because the opportunity doesn't exist, but because I don't feel the need to go. Even people who work in Seattle, they have a lot more opportunity to go to the office. During pandemic, nobody went. After pandemic, when we were allowed to go to the office, people started going 1 day a week. You would think that over time, that would go from 1 to 3 to 5. But even now, 5 years after the pandemic, people still go 1 day a week just because they want to meet a few people. But it doesn't really impact the productivity that they have. They still do amazing work by working from wherever they are. So I think it's really working for us. It works for us because we are very intentional about bringing people together. You didn't mention Hack Week.
That's right. Oh, Hack Week.
So Zillow has this amazing other people know it as hackathons. We do a week-long event where we bring the entire company into Seattle, and we allow people to work on whatever they want. People make their own groups, they work across organizations, and they spend the whole week imagining new things, brilliant things that they would not have otherwise. And because we put them together for a week and told them, do whatever you want for this week, some amazing technologies have come out from those kinds of intentional bringing people together.
Yeah, and I did say we were remote, but I do want to be clear. We do have offices. So we have offices in Seattle, New York, Irvine, Denver. I'm missing a 5th one, wherever that 5th one belongs. But when you look at the number of who's going in those offices, it's really our New York office is the only one where people actually want to go. So I don't know, New Yorkers don't like to be at home, or space. It's so expensive to live in New York. So they go into our office spaces. But it's when we say work from wherever you're most comfortable, if that's the office for you, we got offices.
Right.
If it's working from home for you, work from home.
Yeah. No, I keep thinking about going to the Irvine office specifically, but then I go to the gas station and I see that $6 a gallon. I'm like, nah, I can.
Work from home it is.
Yeah. Maybe in a couple of months when the prices come down, Okay, cool. So I want to start trying to bring us home, and I want each of you to hit this, but making the case for Zillow, right? Like, why should people want to come and work at Zillow? And I think even more importantly, what are some reasons why you shouldn't want to come to Zillow? Like, what are some reasons like this might not be for you? Like, you might not make it. So I'm just curious, in any order, what do you think about that question? What's the case to be made?
Well, I'm happy to start. We've already talked a lot about the remote aspect of it and high performance. So I would say if you're not a high performer or consider yourself someone who likes to work with other high performers, I would not consider coming to Zillow, because those two things need to come together, and it does get sniffed out pretty quickly. But one thing we haven't talked so much about is our leadership and our culture. And I was really actually surprised when I first joined. The founders of Zillow are still very actively involved in the company. So Rich and Lloyd. Before I even started, I came to an event, one of our leadership retreats, and there was a guy across the room, and he like beelined towards me, and he's like, "Hi, I'm Lloyd." He's one of the co-founders. Yep. He's like, "When are we getting in the market to talk to partners?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." And a couple of weeks later, we actually came to Atlanta. And Lloyd does not need to, came in on his own, transportation. I'll leave it at that. And he didn't need to ride sidecar with me talking to partners. But he was like a little kid in the candy store with pen and paper, writing down, every detail about what we can do to be better. After having a pretty intense session with a set of partners who did not hold back around what we could do better, we pulled out the parking lot, and there was a Waffle House across the street. And then we all kind of looked at each other like, yeah, let's go to Waffle House.
For real? Yeah. You done took the co-founder to Waffle House?
And we had a wonderful meal at Waffle House, and it was a great memory for me, because we went from, the tippity top of the organization, right, very approachable, to then sharing stories about our families and why this work matters. And that's not something you can make up. And to me, it was just a real core memory of, I think, what keeps this company keep reinventing itself is an obsession with the problem, and wanting to deliver value for our customer, combined with the humanity of, yep, let's go to Waffle House. So for me, Waffle House, that's why you should come work there.
I'm gonna probably tell y'all why you shouldn't come to Zillow, but I second everything that she's saying about our founders. I've had the privilege or the unfortunate circumstance of working for several founders, Stuart Butterfield, TK, and now Rich and Lloyd. And it's rare to find human beings, especially billionaires essentially, who care about this problem that we're trying to solve. So why you should come to Zillow? I'm gonna be brief and quick, so get ready, Manju, because you're next. If you enjoy tackling tough problems, you can't disrupt an industry in an easy way. Especially an industry, and we're trying to disrupt technically multiple industries. We're talking about lending, we're talking about the real estate industry, we're talking about building in some ways, and then software. We're making all those things, and we're trying to disrupt the normal flow of how those have gone. That is challenging work, so you have to like a challenge. I mean you have to love a challenge. You almost have to love the torture of the challenge. Yeah. And if you don't come. No shade, that's not a problem if you don't. Second thing that you have to really like, and this is where you have to like change. And not just be good at change, you almost have to desire change. I've been at Zillow now 6 years, and I think every year it feels like something totally new. Our mission hasn't changed, the work that we're doing hasn't changed, but we evolve very quickly on how we get those things done. What I respect about Rich and Lloyd as well is we'll take a big swing, but not at the risk of the enterprise. When we realize that swing maybe wasn't the right call, we will change it very quickly. So you need to like that. Second thing is, if you're not a self-starter, I know that sounds weird, everyone's like, I am a self-starter, but I mean really a self-starter. Really are okay in ambiguous situations. You gotta be very resourceful. This is the place, if you were the hustler, if you were the resourceful, I'm gonna figure it out, I'm gonna get it out the mud, you actually might wanna come to Zillow. Because you have to figure out things kind of on your own. You gotta be able to say, who should I go ask this question, and not be afraid to go ask this question. You gotta be comfortable, never talking to Manju a day in your life, but then realizing that, oh, Manju owns that? Manju, I got a question for you. That sounds simple, but it's actually really difficult for a lot of people to do. And then the last is, this is a remote environment. You have to be really good at self-management. Your own time management, there's no boss looking at you being like, time to clock in. This is truly an adult company. And so what I mean by that is my early career folks that didn't have that office experience, that don't have that discipline around, okay, what is it that I need to do? Some people build their own routines. Like for me, I know every morning I gotta get up, make my coffee, have my coffee. I walk my property to make sure, everything that belongs to me is still outside. Nobody is sleeping under my shed. Everything is still good. And then I come in and get ready for work. I've built a routine that kind of felt like my commute, essentially. If you don't have the tools to do that, you won't be set up for success here. You just won't. And I don't want to sugarcoat that to make it seem like this is the place where everybody will thrive. And Zahara hit a point about if you're not a high performer, we can snuff it out real quick. Real quick. We've got a real good bullshit meter. And you can interview really well. We have a lot of people that make it past the interview, that interview super well, and in 6 months, we say sayonara. So make sure that you know your skill set and you're definitely ready for a challenge like Zillow.
See, that made me feel pretty good because I'm at month 8, so I'm like,
You
okay,
made it.
cool, yeah.
You made it. Congratulations.
All right, so why work for Zillow? 2 reasons. Mission backed by technology and attitude. I'll talk about mission backed by technology. You said 235 million users.
That's right.
That's a statistic, but it's also a deeply personal decision, and it's a complex decision. People, it's not an easy process to want to buy a house and to actually follow through that process. There's so much involved, finding the right house, finding the right agent, getting a mortgage, all of that. We build technology for that. And we've been building technology for 20 years for this thing. And we have, AI may be new, but our space isn't, and our data and our mission is not. And so we are a deep technology company more than people realize. It's not just for buyers, right? Renters too. Renting is the first step towards buying. So we have a lot of people dedicated to the mission of renters. And I said attitude. So one of the posters in Zillow that I have not talked about this to anybody, but that's my favorite poster is there's a poster that says, forget about all the reasons why you would fail. Think about the one reason why you will succeed and go for it. And I'm a scientist, right? I deal with problems that are uncertain. I don't know, I would work on something for months and realize that it doesn't work. That's the nature of doing science, that's the nature of doing research. And to have a company have that as a poster board, and every time I go to the Zillow office, I look at that and I feel inspired. And I think that's the reason I work at Zillow, and I would encourage anybody else to join us.
Yeah, 100%. I'll make my contribution to this topic of like why you should work at Zillow. I think one reason that was compelling for me personally was the difficulty, but also just ambiguity, right? Like being able to step into some meaty problem that's not well defined, right? And being able to say like, okay, I can help move the needle some here. And like when I was looking at the job description, I was like, I don't really know how I'm gonna do whatever they're asking me to do, but I'm gonna pretend like I got something to help me go along. And just being able to step into something and just to be entrusted to like, all right, Anthony, we have this big nebulous area, we don't know how to figure it out yet, go and tell us what you think we need to do next. That's one of the things that I really enjoyed about working at Google, and I feel like I get it even more so. Like I've never dealt with problems as meaty and ambiguous as I get to work on now for Zillow, and I thought that was really, and it's not just ambiguous problems, but also, talking about being a self-starter. Let me just be 100% honest. I had to get used to a life where I don't get free lunch every day anymore, right? and it turns out there's, like when you're making that big change from a company that has $1 gazillion, right, to one that does not have $1 gazillion, and learn how to operate and be effective in that, it's a real challenge. But I found that much of the innovation that we enjoy today has come from resource-constrained environments. And so being able to come into a place like Zillow that doesn't have maybe the kind of resourcing of other companies, but still is doing big things at big scale, that was attractive to me. And I think that if that's something that scares you, Zillow might not be the place. I think another thing for me that was that continues to be interesting about Zillow is this core value around transparency and something that we call turning on the lights. I like working alone. Like let me just be honest. I like just being heads down, going and figuring stuff out, and that just does not work well at Zillow. Like I've got to be ready to talk about at every part of the process of my thinking. How did I get here? Why this? Why not another option? Planning the trade-offs, actively seeking out people in the organization to help refine my thinking. All of that stuff matters. Building and demoing things in public. I know that Zillow is like a very demo-heavy culture. It's like, every week it's, okay, what can I show? What can I exhibit? What can I put in other places? And so if you think that you're gonna come to Zillow and be like, okay, let me work on my little secret thing in Mastermind, and then I'm gonna present this finished product, by the time you think you're almost done, you're done, right? Because that process of of being transparent and turning on the lights is so core to Zillow's identity. I mean, you see it in the products, right? Bringing that listing data in a way that's accessible for people, helping them to understand their valuation through Zestimate and all these other kinds of things. Like it is not just a customer value or customer-facing value, it's an internal value. And so that's one thing that I've really appreciated, especially as I've gone and like sought out people. You know, there was Curtis on stage up on 4. I don't know how many people saw Curtis's talk, but it was amazing. And it's like after this conference, I'm gonna go and like hit him up and be like, tell me more about all the stuff you're doing with you know, AI model building, all that other stuff. But just being at a place where you can do that is amazingly empowering, and I really love it. So
can I double down before?
Yeah, no, of course, yeah, go for it.
This is my render family, and they want to work at Zillow, so I want to make sure they know what's up. What Anthony just described is actually the one thing that I see trip up many new hires that come to Zillow and the folks that leave prematurely.
Yeah.
And that's the inability to effectively collaborate.
Yeah.
And so a lot of us from our past lives look at collaboration as show and tell. Like I did my work here, I built this, and now I'm going to show and tell you what that is. That's not collaboration. And what Anthony is, and because we don't have time to waste at Zillow, to be very clear, we do not have time to waste. There is so much that we're trying to build on many different scales that how do you avoid wasting time? You bring people into your work early. You bring them into your work often, and you have to share that. That is a skill set that a lot of people, especially as professionals that come from the Amazons or the Microsofts or the other big organizations, we're not used to working that way. We're used to having a finished, polished product before we go out and show anybody, right? That's the opposite of our culture at Zillow.
Yeah.
Almost from the moment you start Inception, go ahead and add 5 people to that doc.
Right.
And as you're building an Inception, you got 5 people commenting as you're writing. And you're like, okay, guys, hang on, I'm not done yet. But that is a really important thing that I think we should start showcasing a bit more, because people get tripped up. I watch new hires get tripped up on that all the time, all the time. They're just not used to that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, I think we're at the end of our time. Roz, I appreciate you. Manju, I appreciate you. Zahara, I appreciate y'all. Do y'all appreciate these folks up here?
Thank you, guys.
So I'm gonna give you a tip before I leave. Tomorrow you're gonna see a whole bunch of Zillow folks in jerseys that look as snappy as this one. Make sure to hit them up and holler at us, all right?
We are hiring, please do.
Yeah. All right. Peace, y'all. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh. You're like, mission accomplished. Bye.
Okay, while they take their group photo, hey everybody, bye everybody. This is the end of this part of the conference, and RenderFest is next. If you are going to see all the festivities, eat all the food, listen to all the music, make sure you bring your app and your ID. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have fun. Bye.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. So you all